Eastern Shore, put your circuits in the sea. This is what the world is for, making electricity. You can feel it in your mind, or you can do it all the time. Plug it in, change the world. You are my electric girl. Shock me like an electric kid. Say it, girl. Say it, you're electric. Say it, girl. Shock it like an electric kid. Say it, girl. Say it, you're electric.
Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my mom, Paul, not the way that I do love you.
Well, holy, me oh my, you're the apple of my eye. Girl, I never loved one like you.
Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I scream it too. There's nothing that, there ain't nothing that I need.
Well, hot and heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate candy, Jesus Christ, ain't nothing please me more than you.
Oh, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Oh, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Take me home. Mommy, I'm coming home.
I followed you into the park, through the jungle, through the dark. Girl, I never loved one like you.
Boats and waterfalls.
Morning, everybody. Just wanted to let everyone know we'll be starting in 5 minutes.
That's true. Laughed until we went down, barefoot on the summer night. Never could be sweeter than with you.
And in the streets you run free like it's only you and me.
Is your something to see? Oh, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Oh, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you.
Test, test. Jay,
Alexander,
do you remember that day you fell out of my window?
I sure do. You came jumping out.
Test, test, test.
Well, you fell on the concrete and nearly broke your ass, and you were bleeding all over the place, and I rushed you off to the hospital. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's something I never told you about that night.
What did you tell me?
While you were sitting in the back seat smoking a cigarette you thought was going to be your last, I was falling deep, deep in love with you. And I never told you till just now.
Testing, testing, testing.
Let me come home. Home is wherever I'm with you.
Oh, home. Yes, I am home. Home is when I'm alone with you.
Never took your side, never cursed your name. I keep my lips shut tight until you go. We come as far as we ever could get until you realize that you should go. Come in misery where you can seem as old as your moments. And the mother we share will never keep your proud head from falling. The way is long, but you can make it easy on me. And the mother we share will never keep.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Teachmeet MFL Icons. I'm Hannah, and I'm one of the coordinators for Teachmeet MFL Icons. And in a moment, I'm going to hand over to Adam Lamb, who's also the coordinator of Teachmeet MFL Icons. Before we start, I just wanted to let you know that there are a few changes to the schedule that we've handed out today. One of our speakers, Susie Buell, is unfortunately unable to speak today, so her presentation isn't going to be taking place. And I have changed lunchtime and reduced it by 10 minutes. I hope that's all right with everybody, which should give us a bit longer in terms of a panel discussion at the end and a slightly earlier finish. I'll give you the details after lunch as well, but if anyone fancies going for a bit of a social afterwards, we are going for a social in a nearby bar. If anyone wants to come and meet teachers and have a conversation afterwards, please feel free to come along and join us there, and I'll give you the details just after lunch of where we're going and how long we'll be there and things like that. If you do need the toilets are just out of that main door and to the right. Please feel free to go at any time. Can I ask that phones are put on silent, please, if possible, just so that there is no disruption. We are live streaming today's event on YouTube and via X. So and LinkedIn and Facebook, thanks Tom. So in terms of that, so that will be available, and a recording will be available at the same links after the event as well, and we will be sharing presentations after the event, either through the presenters themselves or through us. Has anybody got any questions before we start? No? I'm going to hand over to Adam to introduce our first few speakers then. Over to you.
So it gives me great privilege to introduce somebody who I think we all know is a powerhouse of languages learning. More than anything else, Helen's got experience coming out of every part of her. And it's somebody that I think all of us at some point in our careers, in terms of curriculum planning, ideas, etc., we've turned to Helen for resources. Helen is obviously part of the ALL, part of the committee, and obviously it gives us great pleasure to have Helen with us today, MBE, to share her knowledge and her research more than anything else into the new specifications. So I'm going to be beaving away making notes, and I hope this is really, really useful. So please give a big round of applause for Helen.
That's a lovely introduction. Thank you so much, Adam, who of course is wonderful. And we turn to you as well for your wonderful YouTube channel. And I'd really like to thank the organisers for this. I've met the Tom Rogers. I've followed him on Twitter. Fantastic what you share, way beyond education. I really feel that it's an account or X account that you should follow. Got good friends in the history area, so thank you very much for that. So here's an outline of what I'm hoping to cover in the next. I've put 30 minutes, so I'll be going quite quickly, and you've got to tell me when to stop, okay? There's, first of all, thank you for the, as I've said, thank you for the organisers for inviting me to speak. This is who I am. We're on to slide 3. And you can see I'm very involved in the Association for Language Learning at a local London level and also nationally. And most importantly, ALL does what this event does as well, which I think is so important. And I know that is in, the reason behind it is getting us together as teachers so that we can share ideas. And I found that I've made so many friends through being part of a network, and that just helps, doesn't it? I can see people nodding. It really does help. And it's been lovely coming around and just meeting some of you. We are really committed, aren't we, to language learning, especially those of you who turn out on a Saturday morning. I think we really are the creme de la creme. Anyway, there I've listed the various places where I interact with people online, and I'm really happy to be in touch with anyone to carry on any conversation relating to today's talk. I'll give you, I think it's the next slide, there's a link and a QR code to the page where you can download this presentation from if you want to a PDF. You don't need to take any pictures of slides. Before getting into this brief talk, where I give key suggestions on how to get to grips with GCSE, I'd like to highlight that I've shared a very, very detailed analysis of the situation on my Google Drive, and I'll update that when the EduCast one is approved as well, so you've got all 3. I mean, warning, it's nearly 200 pages. It is incredibly detailed. And also, I've made 14 videos about each aspect of the GCSE. I don't think many people have actually listened to it, but it gave me satisfaction. I thought I'd put all this work into it. So they're there on my YouTube channel. So let's begin. Importantly, and I think this is really important, it's the DFE and Ofqual who've specified what the content is that must be tested. And it's the exam boards who have produced specifications and sample assessment materials, the SAMs, in response to those constraints. And I'll say this from the outset because so often criticisms are levelled against exam boards when in fact they have their hands tied behind their backs because of the constraints from DFE and Ofqual. But I really want to say to them now, and I know that they're represented, you've got Oxford who represent AQA, and obviously we've got the Pearson EdXL. And I just want to say thank you to you. I think you've done a great job in turning around these qualifications because you had the change imposed on you, just as we did. And it was really good to liaise with you at the consultation stage. That was ever so important. And there was some satisfaction, I think, in seeing that some of the original things which had been proposed by DFE and Ofqual, which people were unhappy about, because we all worked together and we had that conversation, they were changed, and it had a significant effect. So this term, you're going to be wanting to make a decision on your exam board ready for option evenings, which take place next term, I expect, and then you'll be planning your schemes of work, so you're ready for year 10 starting next September. So if you don't listen to anything else, I would appeal to you to remember these are my 4 key messages. Firstly, now we have the exam board's response to the DFE subject content, and we can see that end point, what the exams look like and how they're assessed. We're in a much better position to judge what we actually need to change. And I'd argue that there is not a great deal of change in the actual exam experience. So there's no need, I don't think, for massive change in what you're doing. Secondly, there is this natural instinct to look for an exam which our students will find easier so that the exam experience isn't depressing, and I understand that. However, do be aware that this doesn't mean fairer grades. You do need discrimination in an exam to distinguish those 9 grades overall. So if you think of the higher one, for example, which covers grades 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, there are 6 grades it's got to do. So don't be surprised if 50% of the marks are only targeted to those who are going to get a 7. I think often that's a feeling of, oh, gosh, you only need to get that for a 7. Well, that's because that's what the exam board has to do. And if they don't do that, you'll find that there's bunching of grades, say 2 or 3 marks between the borderlines, and we will complain. I would complain about that, and I have in the past when I had an experience where that happened. So you're looking for something which is fair. The other thing I'm sorry to say is that the exam will not lead to higher grades overall, unless Ofqual makes that decision to change the expectations of comparable outcomes. As it stands, the outcome will be the same overall. Whatever changes we make to our pedagogy or exams, it'll be the same sort of profile of the numbers getting the grades. And finally, and most importantly, we do need to think about what we as experienced teachers know. We know what motivates our pupils. And at Key Stage 4, we should surely be building on that broad, rich cultural experience required by the national curriculum, which is still there at Key Stage 3. There are still things we have to do. And it's in preparation for actually going to the country, meeting people from the country, or future study at A-level or beyond. I'll be showing that slide again at the end, but won't say the same script, don't worry. So in my experience, many senior leaders and people who are no longer accountable in the classroom just put their heads in the sand regarding that point about comparable outcomes. It is, and this is something I imagine I always feel sometimes on the agony aunt of the languages community, where people will come and say, how do I get my head teacher to understand? You know, just know it is fact that the grading in French, Spanish and German is still severe relative to those other EBAC subjects of maths, English, science, history and geography. It's fact, we've actually got that. And that's illustrated by this graph. As teachers, we need to keep flagging this up. Of course, we're not complacent. Just as with other subjects, we're always looking ways to learn more, but at the moment, we're just not on a level playing field. ALL has been raising this since 2004, and here's an article which will help you make the case for your senior team. It's been written for an ALL publication, Language Today, which members get, but we are so keen to help everyone in this respect that it's available to all following this link. Now, before we look at exam papers one by one, here's the background to what is being tested, and that's as laid down by the Department for Education in its subject content. So what about vocabulary? There's a common approach to the selection of vocabulary. Just one source matched the DFE requirements, a frequency dictionary. When you read the introduction, it's based largely on official language captured in parliamentary debates. 85% of the words selected have to be from the top 2,000 in that list. So there's quite a lot of overlap between the boards. Some extras are allowed. They're quite limited, but do make sure you include those in your teaching. The DFE final version, thank goodness, allowed themes. And although the titles differ, my observation is that the content is very similar and familiar. So you're talking about people, lifestyle, media, education, work, environment. And throughout, and I've looked at this carefully, both boards do ensure inclusive language, inclusive images, and inclusive tasks, which I think is a good thing, obviously. I've highlighted 2 key differences here, but in fact, when you look at the exam papers, in AQA, shopping is referenced, and Edexcel does refer to famous people. Both exam boards offer a useful, really useful interactive vocabulary spreadsheet, so that you can get an idea as to what texts and transcripts may combine. So you've got one for AQA, and also you've got one to Edexcel, so thank you very much to them for that. And David Blow put together a spreadsheet, bringing them together. This a warning, this might not be totally accurate. It actually took us ages to do this. But it will be there as a link from my blog if you want to take a look. I just do need to refine it a bit, so I'll put that up next week, and I'll post it. The culture words selected do differ, but exam boards can gloss proper names which are not on their defined list. Now, this next slide shows how hard the job exam boards had in selecting that precious 15% of words beyond the 2000. Only 2 types of animals appear in the top 2000. And we do know, don't we? I know some people say, oh, how boring to talk about animals. My experience is that kids like talking about animals. I like talking about animals. I don't have children. I talk about my pets when I go abroad. You know, and it's an area which is inclusive, isn't it? There's not too much judgment about whether you've got that type of dog or that type of cat, I don't think. And of course, we're not going to drop this topic just because only 4 animals are there in the high frequency list. After each section, I'll include my own personal recommendations. And here for vocabulary, this is what I suggest. I would say retain the vocabulary which pupils may need for speaking and writing about their own contexts. If they've got a cat, let them learn that word. And let others know that word as well, so that when they talk about it, they know what they're talking about. But it could be that you signpost it on a need-to-know basis. When you come to actually say which words they have to learn off by heart, could be that you're going to say these are the ones that are really important to know for the exam. I would add vocabulary where needed. So, for example, those listed cultural words. Right, on to grammar and phonics. The DFE specifies these, so they are the same whichever board you choose. I've made a spreadsheet which itemizes the grammar, so I've given it codes of, 1, 1.2, 1.3, and so on. I'm a sad person like that. But it could be useful. If anybody else is auditing what you're doing, you might find that helpful to use. Overall, the grammar required is reduced. So, for example, in French, which is the one that's been, no, this would be the same. We know this already because this is from the specification. There's no pluperfect. There's no subjunctive. For hire, no juxtaposed pronouns. And I like this. The irregular verbs are quantified rather than just saying you've got no irregular verbs and you think, well, which ones? I find it very helpful the way that they've quantified those. But do note that all elements must be known for production. There's nothing that's receptive only. And there are some additions to the foundation tier. Again, I think it's quite helpful now that, if you're doing something about what you used to do in the past, foundation, regular ER verbs in the imperfect tense are included. There's a defined list of strategies for working out the meaning of words derived from those in the vocabulary list. It's called derivational morphology. And these derived words will only appear in the reading exam. In my document, I've summarized the verbs needed. In particular, note that requirement to know defined high-frequency patterns. That's in the red box there. And I've gone through the verbs required for each, in the next one, I've gone through the verbs required for each pattern, for each specification. So you've got the first 3 there, and on the next slide, here are the rest. There's lots of overlap, but for example, if you're teaching the pattern for ouvrir, to open, accueillir, to welcome, is in Edexcel only, and if you're teaching the écrire pattern, to write, inscrire is in the AQA higher only. So little things like that. But I think that's something you could start, even at Key Stage 3, you could be looking at which verbs are we going to make sure when we teach about these different conjugations, let's select those verbs because we know they're the ones that are going to come up. The phonics are defined in the subject content, so they're identical for each board. So, advice. Obviously, audit your existing work, add anything that's missing, especially checking that I would say that they know the way prefixes and suffixes can change a word. Subtract anything not needed for GCSE, which your students have been finding off-putting. But I would say retain it if you want. If there are students who say to you, I want to know how to say, I had done that, but I couldn't. Tell them how to say that, to use the pluperfect. If they're coping, enjoying, and also if they're candidates for A-level, you could choose to do that. There's been loads about pronunciation for primary and Key Stage 3, very, very good things around. So I'm pretty sure this will have been covered actually at Key Stage 3. So my advice would be continue to reinforce the value of pronunciation, because that's what it is, isn't it? Pronunciation, so you can be understood. Right, so now onto the tasks, where I've got 14, so if I divide it by the number of minutes left, I should get there. So reading, first of all. Is this speed all right? I'm going very quickly, so okay, yeah, thank you, very good. Comparing then the first question of each board. Here's question 1 of the AQA, and you've got, and I think it really is worthwhile you looking at it in this degree of detail, so that you're looking at the papers themselves. And that's where, to help you, that link that I've given to my analysis will help. But here's question 1. You've got 3 separate sentences. The candidate has to select from a multi-choice grid, and that results in 3 marks. And there's a deliberate reference to this being from an authentic context in the target country. Let's look at the Edexcel one. It has 3 separate groups of 2 sentences this time, and then 6 multi-choice questions, and that results in 6 marks. Now, taking the papers as a whole, when you look through all of them, all the questions are in English as required by the subject content. A good thing, I feel. Both boards have more multi-choice than open-ended English questions. Edexcel has slightly more open-ended than AQA, it's very slight. For listening and reading, Edexcel has a steady incline of difficulty. For AQA, they have the peaks and troughs within that steady incline of difficulty. AQA has a principle of making the context based in the target country, so those are the main differences. The requirement for inference is limited to working out the meaning of just single words from context in reading only. And both boards test this through setting just 2 multiple choice questions where candidates select the correct translation or the correct category of the words. It's very similar, whichever board you go for. So to be honest, the papers don't actually look very different, do they? I don't think, from currently. But especially as they near the exam, you'll want to give your pupils that experience of being tested in English on the specific words on the specification. And I'm pretty sure that's something that publishers are going to be coming out with, including those cultural words. And you've got to be familiar with those test types, which include the multiple choice inference. And you can also deliberately include those words with prefixes and suffixes, which change the meanings of words on the defined list. Remembering that's only needed for reading, which is good, isn't it? I mean, the listening, it's quite a daunting skill anyway, but then the idea that you might come across and hear words that you've never heard before is not particularly good. What about the translation into French task? So you can see the task is pretty similar to the current specification, but as required by the subject content, the mark schemes are less stringent. They reward appropriate rendering of the meaning rather than a totally accurate translation. And it's possible to get full marks even with slight errors. So here's the AQA higher one. It's presented in the form of separate sentences, and then you've got a chunked marking scheme. And it is less stringent. For example, you've got the je vais étudier, I am going to study, and they accept I am studying because the next one is next week or whatever. So, you know, it's reasonable, I feel. And it's exactly the same then for the Edexcel translation higher there. And actually, Edexcel has separate sentences for foundation, but for higher, it goes for a paragraph format. The mark scheme this time is holistic rather than chunked, but it is also less stringent. You can get full marks even if there are errors. So, for example, the word donc, so, is in there, but you don't have to write it because it's, you can still get the meaning across. Okay, so I feel nice positive changes to be made there. Focus on the appropriate rather than exact translations, and only use words from the defined content when it comes to the testing bit. I'd note that the passages in the sample assessment materials, it's pretty familiar vocabulary, isn't it? I don't think it shocked us when we saw it, and that has been approved by Ofqual, so I think that's a good sign.
Helen, can I interrupt? You've actually had a live comment from Mr. Chambers. Says you're a legend.
I'm a legend. Oh, thank you. That's Doug.
You can wave at him there.
Oh, thank you, Doug. Really, really good. I do know him. Didn't know that was happening. Can anyone do that? What other awful thing? You're not filtering. Please don't write anything horrible. Okay, so now we're on to the listening. As now, AQA allows 2 hearings for each question, and it has short chunks followed by just 1 or 2 questions. So at foundation, 12 recordings are followed by 1 question, 8 by 2, 1 by 4. So here are the questions 1 to 4 on the foundation listening. Candidates hear a short statement of about 10 or 11 words spoken by 1 person, so they don't need to be given a name. That's twice, and then they answer 1 question. And that's the same then for 3 more questions. The whole paper lasts 35 minutes, and that includes 5 minutes reading beforehand and 2 minutes checking. New for Edexcel is that the student can hear each passage 3 times. So here's an example of questions 1 to 3 of Edexcel. Here the candidates hear in 1 chunk, they hear 3 separate people introduced by their name, each saying a very short sentence. And then they answer, and they'll hear that 3 times. And then they answer 3 questions. So looking at it overall, the audio chunks do tend to be longer than AQA, and there are more questions per chunk, but they are heard 3 times. Okay? The whole paper lasts 45 minutes, including 5 minutes checking time. Now, I feel the implications are similar to the reading, aren't they? But in particular, I'd recommend simplifying the demands of listening assessment wherever possible, including making sure that it's just that moderate pace. So for the purpose of assessment, give them a nice experience. Don't deliberately make it difficult. But I have to say, please, 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 still have authentic listening, still show them a news clip, still do songs. I mean, that's your teaching and learning, isn't it? And to think we're not always testing. We just want that. Sorry, I'm meant to be not too emotional on this. I've got to be unbiased and not emotional. But it is something I do feel passionately about. And like, again, I can see by people nodding, that's something we're still going to do, even if it's not in the exam. Right, dictation. This is one people have been very concerned about, and I have, especially with its potential, really, for penalising those people who have dyslexia. But when you look at how the exam boards have interpreted the requirements, I think it's reassuring. Here's the AQA foundation. The continuous sentences all have familiar words, and those unknown words, and there are only 2 of them, so chicken and shirt, they're not really unusual words, are they? And they may well have come across them anyway. The passage is heard 3 times, and for AQA, the second hearing is chunked, following those forward slashes. EdXL has a mixture of gap fill and continuous sentences, and it also has very familiar words, and the passage is heard 3 times, as with the AQA. So it's violin and radio with the unknown words apparently there. AQA has, we're looking at the mark grids, it has 2 holistic mark grids and rewards communication and grammatical accuracy separately. So for example, il faut dire, it's necessary to say, the faut, if it's spelled F-A-U-X, even though it has a different meaning, that is credited for communication. Communication, that word does appear. I was worried because, of course, the changes at the moment, knowledge is all important. We're not into skills, we're not into communication, but thank you to the exam boards for using these words, the things that we really do value. It is that they can communicate. And then EdXL has a mark scheme which is targeted per word. Every 2 words gets a mark. And the criteria is purely on transcription of the sounds. So it accepts il faut manger, with faut spelled F-A-U-X, and manger with an E-Z. But it would reject meilleur if you slipped an extra I before the E-U-R at the end. So, you know, there are real advantages, aren't there? That yes, it accepts if you sound spelling, but if you think you know the spelling, you just make a slight error, no, you won't get it. I think familiarity with the way spelling matches sound, I feel, is best done by loads and loads of experience in following transcripts along with hearing the audio. Just getting to know those words which will come up. You can't beat that. Of course, you could be using phonics to be able to work out things you don't know, but then you won't know what they mean necessarily, will you? So it's an obvious thing to say. The more words they know, the better. And note that there are only ever going to be those 2 words which are not on the defined list. I do worry about the demotivating effect an obsession with spelling could have on dyslexic students. Always taught in schools where it's for everybody, all abilities. And there are students who can frankly be really successful in our subject, even if they don't have, even if they have difficulty with the spelling, unlike some other subjects where it can affect them. So although they obviously need to have that experience of the test type at some time before the exam, I would say it doesn't have to be at Key Stage 3, and it certainly shouldn't be used as a discriminator if you're doing setting. Now on to speaking. The role play is the first task for AQA and the second task for EdXL. AQA has informal social contexts. It's the same range as you have for the photocard and the read aloud conversations, and candidates need to make 4 statements and make 1 question for both foundation and higher. For EdXL, the contexts are formal and defined. The foundation requires 4 statements and 1 question, and the higher requires 3 statements and 2 questions. For both of them, the criteria is on communication, not accuracy. So here it is in EdXL, and back you can see that the same for AQA. Going on to read aloud, that's new. All words are on the defined list, and the SAMS examples have very familiar vocabulary, a bit like with the dictation. I noticed that the final versions actually were simpler than the original drafts. I thought it was quite telling. So I'm guessing that was a requirement from Ofqual, actually, not to make it too challenging. So I feel that is good news. Here's the Edexcel one, similar, same sort of comments there. The criteria for AQA is for pronunciation, and you note that it specifically allows for students to self-correct their pronunciation as they go along, and it's the final attempt which is marked. So that's within the guidance. The criteria for Edexcel makes specific reference to sound symbol correspondence with that emphasis on symbol, not spelling. So Edexcel conditions for preparation explicitly allow 1 minute to practice aloud before the test starts. Okay, the follow-up questions to the read aloud don't test comprehension of the text. That's what it was originally, but I think that's a good change that no longer is the case. So the follow-up questions to the read aloud don't, it can be about the students themselves. AQA has 4 unseen open-ended questions about the candidate's own experience, and Edexcel has 2 unseen questions about the candidate's own experience. Again, I'm stressing own experience because I think that's something we fought for. We didn't want them to be told you must say these things. This is obviously where you would be doing your students a disservice if you didn't go beyond the defined list and allow them to learn words for their own favourite subjects or birthday activities, for example. The criteria is solely for communication in both boards for AQA and Edexcel. Now, as now there's a photo description, importance of punctuation. As now, there is a photo description followed by questions relating to the photo. AQA doesn't define what needs to be included in that description of the photo, while Edexcel defines 3 areas: the people, where they are, and the activity. With AQA, the teacher has free choice of questions within the theme for the follow-up conversation, and students don't know which of those 3 themes will be covered beforehand. Edexcel has 2 compulsory unseen questions and 1 guided, and then the rest is free choice within the thematic context. And I presume that this is to check any temptation to rote learn all the questions and answers, because Edexcel allows the students to choose 1 out of 2 thematic contexts which are generated for them personally 2 weeks beforehand. So out of the 6 contexts, for each student, they'll be told, right, you can choose one of these 2 for the picked one. As you can see, the photos are in colour for Edexcel and black and white for AQA. The AQA criteria don't penalise you, though, for imagining colour. Overall, then, I'd recommend broadly retaining whatever existing practice and resources you have for preparing students to have a conversation after the read aloud and picture card tasks. They're all open-ended and allow students to talk about their own experience. Use English for role-play instructions, and include transactional, I would say, even though it's particularly in the Edexcel they're doing that. It's really useful, isn't it, to do transactional? So I would say whichever board you're doing, include those. As with the dictation, I'd play down the read aloud as a tested assessment until you really have to. But of course, we all have them reading things aloud, don't we? That's part of the learning process anyway. But just don't always mark them and assess them on what they're doing. I think that's my message. Really, congratulations to both exam boards and to Ofqual, that I think the criteria is very, very good for both boards. I could see that there were significant differences between the drafts and what came out at the end, and they have been made so that they are absolutely transparent, so that words are defined. You know what you're doing. So I would say on that, look at that and then think, well, what of that can I learn or apply to lower down in the school, so they get used to those words. Another writing where there are the fewest changes of all to the current requirements. The first task for both is to write single sentences. AQA requires 5, Edexcel requires 4, and both mark on communication. Yeah, communication is still a thing. The second task for both is writing sentences in response to bullet points. We're used to that, aren't we? Where AQA requires 5 sentences, all in the, and we're on to slides, yeah, next. Oh yes, AQA requires 5, yeah, on second task, so on a bit. There we are, that's it. Requires 5, AQA requires 5 sentences, yes, all in the present tense. And Edexcel gives a choice of 2, 3 bullet points where 2 are in the present and 1 in the future. Both reward communication and accuracy separately. AQA also has a multi-choice grammar question at foundation only, and here it is. As now, there's an overlap question A choice of 2 at AQA, you have 3 bullet points and 3 timeframes. Interesting, I find it interesting. They didn't have the 4th bullet point because they said you're not required to give opinions anymore. It used to be that was a requirement in the subject, but we're all going to be doing that anyway because that's a way of sort of writing more sentences, isn't it? Part of our DNA, I think. And then there's a choice of 2 as well at Edexcel, where you have 4 bullet points and 3 time frames, and there you have a required opinion. The higher only, as for the current specification, exactly the same, but the instructions are in English. It's good. So AQA has 2 bullet points requiring 2 tenses, just as it is now, and Edexcel 4 bullet points and 3 tenses. And the spec does actually say it'll always be in a formal context, but when I looked at the AQA, it was formal context as well. So frankly, I'd say there doesn't have to be much change at all. Just check the themes are covered, that they have experience of that multi-choice grammar. I'm sure you do that already. And get into the good practice of giving students options, consciously bearing in mind the inclusivity, which is the aim of this particular specification, to bring that into your classroom as well. And also make use of those exemplifications they give. Both exam boards give really good examples of, look, this is what would get such and such a mark. Just analyse that and share that. I'm nearly there. The last task to look at is the translation. AQA has 5 sentences to translate a foundation, and it's the same for Edexcel. And as for the translation into English, AQA criteria awards chunks for rendering meaning, and you can get top marks even if there are some errors. And then there's a separate grid out of 5 for accuracy, whereas Edexcel gives a holistic mark for transferring meaning. But again, perfection is not required to get the top mark. And there's a separate grid for accuracy out of 4. The obvious implication is to devise assessments which test the defined, I think it's the next slide, the defined vocabulary and grammar, and to create mark schemes which are less stringent. Now, as promised at the start, here are my main messages, and I hope that this speedy run-through has reassured people who might have been concerned that the exams were going to be massively different and that they might have to throw away all that fantastic work they've done for the current specifications. If anybody goes to any of the exam board feedback from the examiners, we are getting praised at the moment for how well we are preparing our students. It's ironic, isn't it, in a way, how well we're doing. So we can still go on using those strategies which have worked so well. There are features which I think will make the exam less daunting and seem easier, those questions in English, the defined vocabulary, reducing the grammatical content, but still look for an exam where you feel you're going to get the students appropriately ranked, because that fundamentally is what this exam is for, whether we like it or not. And I'm sorry, as I said before, to bring a dampener to anyone who's excited about the prospect of higher grades, because even if we change our pedagogy and all of this, it's not going to make a difference to that, unless Ofqual decides to make a change, and that's what we can still fight for. So this presentation has focused purely on the exams, but I hope that I've convinced you you won't be wasting your students' time if you include a rich cultural experience in your teaching, allowing pupils to have that satisfaction of recognising words in authentic context, whether it's in the classroom or when you go on your day trip or whatever, or meet real native speakers. We owe it to our students, I think, yes, of course, to prepare them for the exam, but we also owe it to them to make sure that they're ready for real life. And I'm sure that as enthusiasts, as you definitely are, that I'm preaching to the converted on that. So thanks for listening. Please do keep in touch, keep sharing, and do support these publishers and sponsors who make our life so much easier. So thank you to them. Thank you.
Just an absolute massive thank you to Helen for obviously coming up, and obviously that I think is a good way of alleviating a lot of our fears. I think change for all of us, no matter what that change is, can be scary, but having somebody who's taken the time to go through really objectively as well, go through and analyze the pros and the cons of both specs, rather than myself as a head of department having to do that. It's just incredibly powerful to have that support and that help there. Just before we move on to our next presenter, just to obviously give a shout out to our 2 sponsors. We've got Oxford University Press and obviously Pearson at the back, Pearson Edexcel, without whose support these events would not be free of charge. So please, during the break and during the day, do have a look at their materials, have a look at their new specifications, and obviously just mingle and show them some love during the day. So absolute outpouring of love and thanks for Helen as well on Twitter. What's going on?
Oh,
there you go. There you
I don't know why
go.
I'm doing this. I'm going to do it for everyone. No one's getting, don't worry, everyone's going to get it.
There you go. The machine, the legend that is. So moving on to our next presenter. So our first Teach Meet, it is Francesca Garrity. She's coming up now. She is she's currently head of department at King's Leadership Academy in Warrington. Just moved. I do apologise. This was written before the summer. And the same role in a new school in September, teaching French and Spanish. So over to you.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my little 10-minute kind of talk. Now, I think mine ties really nicely into what Helen kind of said, and I took away a really nice phrase that the more words that pupils know, the better. So about 10 years ago when I started my teaching career, I did an M.Ed, so Masters in Education. I don't know why I did this in my very first year of teaching. Obviously, it took a lot of my free time away. But I did a lot of kind of research, and what I'm going to talk about for the next 10 minutes is really research and evidence-based. So I was quite lucky in the school that I previously taught in that every single pupil did a GCSE in MFL. Now, whether that's lucky or unlucky for the pupils, they all actually really enjoyed it by the time they got to their year 11 exam. Now, in July just gone or June just gone, 123 pupils took their Spanish GCSE in my old school. Now, obviously, that meant that the pupils needed to know all the words. They needed to know one word to the next word. And obviously, like Helen said, there's a massive range of vocabulary that pupils need to know. So when I did my research for my M.Ed, I looked at how could I make the most kind of effort to support the pupils in their memory and remembering these words and the repetition of these words. So I've called today's speech a 5 a day. I've actually changed it to 6 now, but 5 a day keeps intervention at bay or intervention away. Now, at the very beginning of every single one of my lessons, and this has been from the very beginning of my teaching to now, I've not changed it. I've adapted slightly. Pupils will see 6 now, I've adapted it. Pupils will see 6 set phrases. Now, whether that be in the target language or in, obviously, their in English, depends on the lesson. So, for example, now I have 3 lessons per week of MFL with my pupils. On lesson 1, they will see just words in French or words in Spanish. They're the 2 languages I teach currently. And there'll be 6 of those phrases. So, for example, this week with my year 8 French, I set them these 6 words. Now, they started off with seeing these in French. So the verbs I have, to eat, to drink, to finish. Lettuce is just a really random one, a bit like Helen was saying. You want the kids to remember the words, you want them to remember the strange ones that maybe, why did Miss teach me lettuce last lesson? And it's delicious. Now, they started off the lesson this week by seeing those 6 words in French, okay? So they kind of saw the target language, and we spoke about kind of any cognates, etc. Lesson 2, I would then move on to doing a mix of the language, so some in French and some in English, okay? Now, the 3rd lesson, and I'm lucky that I've got that 3rd lesson with some of my groups, I would have all of them in English into the target language. Now, what that means is that pupils over the week are seeing the words 3 times, and they're seeing them in completely different ways, but always in context. Now, it's important, obviously, we all know as language teachers, former or present, that currently the pupils need to know so many words, but they need to know them not just in the context of the topic, but how they can use them in other topics as well. Because, for example, the verb I have is not just to talk about food. It's not just to talk about one topic. It's to talk about lots of different topics that fit into different themes. So what I like to do, and you can see some pictures, the images are not that great. That's obviously my poor photography skills. What you can see obviously from these images is that pupils, they always, at the very beginning of the lesson, they will start with writing these words into their book. And I'm very, very specific with my members of staff that the pupils need to write these ones down, okay? Because it's about the production as well. They have to receive the words, obviously, but they also have to produce them ultimately. So I get the pupils to write these words down. They then do those mostly from memory, but for those maybe that do struggle, they can look back in their books. They will always have a knowledge organizer that I will produce with words that obviously are interleaved into other topics. So at the very beginning of the week, they'll write them down, they'll mark them obviously, and it's really important that they are marking them and learning from their mistakes. Now, I was speaking this week with a member of the senior leadership team about how it's had kind of impact in my lessons and how over the 3 lessons per week, pupils are really picking things up. Now, I think Helen spoke about maybe pupils with dyslexia really feeling maybe put off with obviously the amount of vocabulary and especially with the new dictation. But actually, I think if you show a pupil a word and you believe that they can learn that word, you believe that if you show them that word on more than one occasion, they will remember that word. So I have a pupil, I've only known him for about 5 weeks. Now, he did not know the word yesterday in French at all when I first picked him up in year 8, week 1. Now, every time I see him, he goes, "Miss, remember that word?" And he knows that word inside out. He can spell it for me in French. He can see it in a text and recognize it. He then obviously recognizes that hier is in the past tense, so I have to write in the past tense. Whether he recognizes, for example, j'ai mangé, I have eaten, or not, he will know it's in the past tense because of that key word. Now, obviously, words, they fit into lots of different ways. We've obviously got all the 4 different skills, but the main takeaway I'd like you to, or the main thing I'd like you to take away from this mini session is that if you believe that the pupils can do it, and you instill in them that belief that we've seen this word on Monday, we repeated it on Tuesday, we've seen it again a 3rd time on Friday, they 100% will retain that word in their memory. Now, I like to use icons all the time to kind of jog the pupils' memories, and I always speak about the keyword recall. They're recalling it from their previous lesson. They're recalling it from the week before. Now, I do kind of a color coordination thing where green is maybe the lesson previous, orange is 2 lessons before, and a red word potentially is from a few weeks ago. So it does keep that interleaving and helps them to remember that word doesn't just fit into the topic of food, but it can also fit into topics as they move forwards. So obviously, I know I've only got 10 minutes to speak today, but I'd be really keen on speaking to you at lunch and during the break. And I'd love to see if you do anything similar. I'm sure lots of you do something similar, the 5, 6 words a day. Now, it has meant, because my main thing was to stop pupils having to do intervention, and it has worked, especially as I've taken 123 pupils through GCSE in June. I believe that now with my smaller cohort, I can really focus on those keywords. And it's not, like Helen said, just about the vocab from the spec. It's also about making them enjoy it. So I spoke to mine on yesterday's lesson, actually, with my Spanish pupils about a tiger. And I was really excited speaking to them, telling them that I have a tiger in my house. I obviously don't, it's not pet, but they're going to remember that lesson. They're going to remember that lesson and take it forwards for the future. So I'd love you to tag me on X if there's anything that you trial. And obviously, I'd love to speak to you about it later on. But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Francesca. Absolutely fantastic. I think that those simple little strategies, I think when people think of intervention a lot of the time, they think straight away about after school intervention. And let's face it, we're all... Oh, hello.
You're there, mate, just behind me. Look, it's you.
Don't do this to me on a Saturday morning. So yeah, I think intervention as well, it doesn't just have to be after school. And I think a lot of us fall in that trap. So thank you so much. We've got our wonderful sponsors from Pearson coming up very, very soon to speak to us. But in the meantime, obviously these events, again, Pearson and OUP, just thank you so much for your sponsorship. Pearson are going to be premiering their new GCSE 2024 specification, which we've already heard a lot from from Helen, so thank you so much. And OUP as well at the back, you can see we've got all the textbooks there, and there's also samples of their new 2024 book as well to have a look at to see what that's going to look like as well. So do have a peruse, have a little browse, have a little snoop. I'm certainly going to be doing that because I've got a big choice to make very, very soon. We're also going to have a panel discussion a bit later on as well. So do have a think. If there's any questions you want to pose to some of our presenters, their views, their thoughts, do jot those down during the day. If there's something from one of the presentations that maybe has caught your eye, there's certainly things that I'm thinking about as well in terms of what I'm going to ask. Do jot those down and we'll have a little bit of a discussion about that later on. I think, are we ready for? We're ready. We're ready for Bex. So it gives us great pleasure to have a former Teachmeet Icons coordinator come up to the front, Bex Waker. I was going to call you Bex Nobs. I was like, no, that's the olden times. You've only been married 2 years. So I'm going to hand over to Bex, who's going to tell us all about the Pearson EdXL new GCSE. Over to you.
I didn't want to do the whole next slide, please. Next slide, please. That's great. Perfect.
Yeah, sorry to all speakers. It's only 2 presentations to get it clicker. So
oh, my special.
for that. You're special, you get it.
Thanks. Which button is it? Right, that one. Perfect. Okay. So, well, Adam's done half the job of what I was going to say before I came up anyway, which was I'm really pleased to be joining you from a somewhat different perspective to what I'm used to. Although, you know, I say I recently stopped teaching. It was Christmas at this point, so time has flown. But I'm looking forward today to be able to talk to you a little bit more about our new GCSE specifications. Just out of interest, has anybody in the room already attended any launch events from Pearson EdXL? Okay, perfect. Okay, just so I know whether I'm repeating stuff that lots of you already know or not. So, what do we mean by language is more than words? So we believe that learning a language is about communication, connection, and culture, and not simply about learning a long list of words. So we want language learning to be the key that unlocks the world beyond your students' front doors and shows them how languages can develop their understanding of and appreciation for the wider world. So we hope that our new 2024 GCSE will help you to turn that key. Now, here on the screen, you can see the vision that we have held ourselves to throughout the development of this qualification, and we want you to continue to hold us to that vision too, because we have and always will listen to the feedback from teachers and students in order to continually improve. So forgive me whilst I do read this out in case anybody at the back can't see it. So language is communication, language is culture, language is connection. Built on a foundation of inclusivity, accessibility and transparency, the Pearson EdXL qualifications take a compassionate, student-centred approach and cater to the needs of all learners regardless of their background, ability or reason for studying a language. Combining clear, concise and straightforward assessments with engaging, meaningful and relatable content, our new qualifications are fit for the future, equipping students for life and careers in a global setting. I mean it when I say please hold us to that. That is everything we are working on throughout this qualification. If at any point you think we are not doing something, we're doing something that goes against that, email us, get in touch. We want to hear from you because we want to continue to hold ourselves to that vision. So don't just take my word for it. We've got one video here from our team to hear what they have to say. I do own more than one dress, but I have just realised I am wearing exactly the same outfit. I promise you, I don't wear it every day. Hopefully. Yeah. Oh. Ah, no. I did mention. Yeah, there's sound by now. Oh, no. Do you want me to stop it? I can skip it if you want for now. Just whilst Tom's fixing it, there are a couple of other videos. So if there's anything you're interested in to do with our vision, there are another couple of videos on similar lines. It's members from all over our MFL team. So you'll see the lovely Sarah at the back there. She'll come up in a minute as well. Some people that you might well recognise from our events. Just talking through our key vision for the qualification. Yeah, it is on YouTube. Yeah, that's embedded from YouTube. Oh, it's that link at the top. Yeah. I did that just in case. If not, I'll carry on, Tom. It's all right.
Just while we're fixing this, I guess I'm just going to step in and ask you a quick question off the cuff.
Oh, great, thanks.
So, what is it in your eyes that the kind of vision, what formed that vision? Why is that vision important to you as a person?
And essentially what we go into here is because we know the challenges of having students interested in MFL, we know the challenges of keeping those students going throughout. We want to make sure that they can have the most positive exam experience possible, because we all know, obviously, at the end of the day, there is always that range of marks. There's always the restrictions that we have in terms of grading and all of those things. But we want them to leave going, they were able to try their best. They weren't tricked during the exam and all those things. And that's our main aim.
I mean, I guess myself as a head of department, my question would be therefore, if we're talking about positive exam experience, how are we therefore going to differentiate between the different gradings? Because obviously there's accessibility, but
it's not on.
Carry on. Sorry. Is it on the bottom? You muted me. You silenced me. Oh. Technology's not.
Do you want this one?
What number's that?
We'll share this one.
I don't know. Sharon screen. Is that working now?
Yes.
Are you sure? So obviously.
No, okay, it's fine. Adam's gone off on another.
Sorry, I've gone off a
slide.
tangent. So obviously, we're talking about accessibility and stuff like that. I think one of my concerns as a head of department, as a head of faculty, is how will therefore there would be a guarantee of a kind of a spread of grades? Because what obviously in my head is important is that there's a good distribution. That, because let's face it, the top and bottom of it is there's not going to be every single student getting a grade 5 or grade 9.
Absolutely.
So how are Pearson going to look into that?
So our questions for our exams are ramped so that they go from the easier questions to the more difficult. So there will still always be a spread of difficulty in the questions, and it just means that hopefully more students can keep going for longer to feel like they've achieved more of the exam.
And in terms of obviously, are you ready?
I think we're going to skip on past the video, so I'll carry on, shall I?
I'll shuffle.
Yeah. You can watch that one anyway later. I think we just saved Sarah and myself a moment of awkwardness of watching ourselves on the screen anyway. So as you would have heard in that video, I will kind of go over the key points anyway now. So we know that the speaking exam, for example, can be a source of anxiety. So we want students to be able to feel well prepared and in control. So we give them the opportunity to annotate their read aloud card before going into the exam. And if they want, and only if they want, they have that 1 minute where they can practice in the exam room. Now that 1 minute could be that there's a word on that read aloud that they just want to get their tongue around just to try and work it out. It might be they want to do a quick run through of it. It's 1 minute, still part of their preparation time, and only if they want to. So if they don't want to sit in that exam room and practice it, they don't have to, but we want them to have the opportunity to practice that aloud, because we're about to assess them on reading it aloud, so it seems fair. The role play, the bullet points will be in English, which I know is a relief for many, and there will be no unknown questions. Additionally, there's going to be no specific vocabulary that needs translation, so they won't be told, you must say that you have broken your arm. Could be, you've got a problem. You can choose which body part you want to talk about. We're not asking them to remember specific vocabulary for that role play task. They'll always be able to draw on their own. For the picture task, they'll be able to choose the thematic context 2 weeks in advance, and then the follow-on conversation is also on that same topic. For listening, they'll be able to hear 3 times, allowing them to listen, respond, and finally check. There'll be sufficient pause time built in because we don't want to test their memory, their speed, their endurance. We want to test their language knowledge. The reading, there'll be no authentic text, no literary text anymore. They will all be written in an authentic style and be in line with the language level required. They'll all be in familiar contexts, and any unusual cultural content will be supported with a picture. Proper nouns will be glossed, so we're not relying on students knowing that that's a particular name of somewhere in France, for example. It would be glossed to say, oh, this place, town in France, so that they're not thrown by those things, and they will be using a specific set list of names, so there are no surprises. The writing paper will have optionality for both the foundation and the higher tier longer response. Now you can find out more on our website, and even since I've put this slide together, there's a few more items up there. So you can see on the screen there, and if you get the slides, these are linked. Our guide to our new qualification, it's qualification at a glance, giving you an overview of the whole thing, and the guide to our support. Now, since this, just in the last week, we've put out a vocabulary and grammar guide and guides to papers 2, 3, and 4. There isn't anything out for the speaking yet. We're heavily focusing our Get Ready to Teach events on the speaking. There will be one to come for that. But the vocabulary and grammar guide is essentially one of our colleagues' brains just put into paper, really. It's all of the details you might want to know. If you really want to go in depth, those are the guides that you want to take a look at. I actually want to speak about something that's not just the GCSE today. So if there's anything you want, there's more here. We've got this FAQs playlist, which has got our head of MFL, Katie Lewis, talking through some of the questions that people have asked us, key things about the qualification, and then lots of other videos there as well that go into more depth about all of the elements of the specification. We've also, as I've checked amongst some of you now, just finished a series of launch events. There'll be more of those coming as well. And we are now into our Getting Ready to Teach events, which are happening face-to-face up and down the country. And then we've also broken that down into 3 online sessions. So if you can't make one of those face-to-face events, there are online options for you as well. They're all free. And I've had some great feedback from people who are in the room actually saying how much they've really felt they've benefited from those events. So please do make the most of that. I know it's hard to get out of school. Senior leaders need to realise you've got an important decision to make and you want to make the right decision at the right time. So make sure you're informed of all of those things. So as I said, it wouldn't really be a Teach Meet event if you didn't have anything you could walk away with, take for your classroom on Monday. So I've got a few things that I can go through to show you now. For the football fans in your classroom, or actually just those who need to hear from someone who's not their teacher about the importance of languages, we've got our work with Eric Dyer. There's some videos there. They're only just a few minutes long. There's a question and answer with him. There's some interviews with students and staff at the school we worked with. So there's lots there. And then there's the languages in life. So there's lots of interviews with graduates of language students, people who use languages in their everyday life. So there's an awful lot of content on that part of our website to explore. There is our Permission to Speak series. Those of you who've managed to grab a bag from me, and if you haven't done that, please make sure you do before you leave. There's some samples of the Permission to Speak series in there. These are free resources. They're on the website, and you've got printed copies focused on diversifying the MFL curriculum. So there's a list of topics that are currently up there, and there's more coming kind of all the time. And for your own development, there are some familiar faces to a number of you on that screen, I think. And we've got a range of articles from experts on topics such as motivating students to learn languages, increasing uptake, exchanges, and other opportunities outside the classroom. So there's a whole range on there. So we've got something for you to take to your classroom, something for you to take for your colleagues. So there's various ways you can keep in touch. You can register your interest in our new GCSEs. There's a link there. It's pretty easy to find on our website, and it's a nice short one, actually. If you haven't had a chance to come to any of our launch events, registering your interest on that link will mean that someone from our team will get in touch to talk you through the specification and help you out there. You can join our support networking group on Facebook, and you can sign up to get my email updates. Again, the link's there, but that's quite long. If you want to get in touch with me at all, my face is all over anything to do with languages for Pearson, so it might not be that difficult, but it's teachinglanguages@pearson.com. You can call or you can book a Teams meeting as well. So, as I said, if you've not had a chance to have a chat with us already, please do. There's been lots of people that I've recognised and not necessarily a chance to speak to today. It's a real pleasure to get to see people face to face. So if I've not spoken to you, and I have spoken to you online, please come and speak, because we'd love to speak to you. Come and grab a bag and enjoy the rest of your day.
Huge, I haven't spoken yet, but just to say a massive thanks to the sponsors for supporting this event. As far as I'm aware, we're one of the only, if not the only, provider of free CPD for classroom teachers in the country at the moment on a regular basis, online and offline. And if it wasn't for them to have this venue, which is absolutely beautiful, an incredible team organising the event, and I have to say a massive thanks to every single speaker as well who's come along to speak today, because again, we do rely on teachers helping teachers with all of our events since 2015. So huge thanks in advance from me. Really looking forward to the rest of the presentations, and I'm going to pass over to Adam now.
Hopefully it's turned on this time. Right, there we go. So the good news is it's break time now. So there's coffee, there's tea at the back. Have a good mingle. Do check out the 2 sponsor stalls at the back. Network, do what you wish. And we'll meet back at about 22, ready for the next batch of presentations. Thank you very much.
I'm the only one here, and I will cover you until you go. If I told the truth, I would always be free and keep a prize with me until you go. Come in misery where you can seem as old as your omens, and the mother we share will never keep your proud head from falling. The way is long, but you can make it easy on me, and the mother we share will never keep our cold heart into the night for once. We're the only ones left. I bet you even know where we could go. When it all fucks up, you put your head in my hands. It's a souvenir for when you go. And the misery will get seen as old as your omens. And the mother we share will never keep your pride.
Powder up your nose, that's the way the water flows. Yeah, that's the way the story goes. Sometimes, just sometimes, now the world outside don't look the same for you and me. Drinking cider in the golf course, just a distant memory. Down the park and pick a fight, popping pills all through the night. Fucking waster, I suppose that's the way the water flows. Yeah, that's the way the story goes. Sometimes, just sometimes, sometimes, just sometimes, just sometimes.
control and it begins. The bittersweet between the teeth, trying to find the in-between. Fall back in love eventually. Yeah, 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 yeah. Can't help myself, I count the thoughts. On the way out through these walls. One temporary escape. The old starts and navigate. We lie beneath the stars at night. Our hands gripping each other tight. You keep my secrets, hope to die. Promises slip to the sky. That bittersweet between my teeth, trying to find the in-between. Fall back in love eventually. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Not saying it was your fault, although you could have done more. Oh, you're so naive, yes, so how could this be done with such a smiling sweetheart? Oh, and your sweet and pretty face is such an ugly way, something so beautiful. Oh, that every time I look inside, I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be, well, she's still out to get me. And I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be, she's still out to get me. I may say it was your fault, because I know you could have done more. You're so naive, yes, so how could this be done with such a smiling sweetheart? Oh, and your sweet and pretty face is such an ugly way, something so beautiful, that every time I look inside, I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be,
Well, she still out to get me. And I know, she knows that I'm not on the roster. But you are both said, baby, she still out to get me. So how could this be done with such a smiling sweetheart? Oh, you're so naive, yet so such an ugly thing. Someone so beautiful.
We're going to start in 2 minutes again, so if everyone can just get ready to start in 2 minutes, and I'll introduce our next presenter.
Oh, that every time you're on his side, I know, she knows that I'm not on the roster. But you are false, it may be, but she still out to get me. And I know, she knows that I'm not on the roster. That you are false, it may be, she still out to get me. Just don't let me down. Just don't let me down. Hold on to your pride. Just don't let me down. Just don't let me down. Hold on to your pride. Just don't let me down. Just don't let me down. Hold on to this pride. Just don't let me down. Just don't let me down.
That would also be helpful. There's no animation or video. If there is,
It doesn't matter. My animation was to do stories. It doesn't matter.
I will bathe myself, and then I'll wait for the night. Colors fading, afraid at the sight. Changing in my life. Oh, why your face so pale and white? There's a lot of words to go back, just waiting for the perfect hour. Now when the walls start shaking, I'm ready for you to find out. Now the night has fled, just like everything I said. When the moon was high instead, you burn through my mind again and again, again and again and again. There's a lot of words to go back, just waiting for the perfect hour. Now when the walls start shaking, I'm ready for you to find out. There's a lot of words to go back, just waiting for the perfect hour. Now when the walls start shaking, I'm ready for you to find
I think everyone's back now. We've got extra hot water. I have asked for the heating to be turned on for those of us who are feeling a little bit cool in this room. I wasn't sure if it was just me because I've got the t-shirt and the short sleeve t-shirts, but I have asked for the heating to be turned on, so hopefully that will warm up a little bit in here as well. I think everyone's back now. So, as I said earlier on, Susie Buell unfortunately can't be with us today, so we are missing her presentation, and I'm going to hand over to Isabel Jones, who is actually very well known to me, and I'd say a friend of mine, as well as a previous colleague. Isabel, 30 years, over 30 years of experience now teaching languages. I don't know, is there anything that you haven't done, Isabel? In terms of language teaching, in terms of roles, there are she's an array of roles from head of languages in several schools, and also now associate assistant head teacher. Have I got that right? Yep. So I will hand over to Isabel, who's going to be talking about lessons from evidence-informed approaches to second language instruction. So over to you.
Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. Just to make it clear, the title is not aching vocabulary, it's teaching vocabulary. I just thought I'd get this one out of the way first. Okay. Just to give you a bit more about my background. So I'm a teacher of French and Spanish. I teach currently at the Macclesfield Academy in Macclesfield. I'm also a proud member of the ALL Association for Language Learning, a member of their council. I'm also a fellow of the Chartered Teacher College of Teaching, and I'm also really quite involved with Research Ed, having spoken at Research Ed and also organized Research Ed Cheshire. So just to give you a bit of an overview. So currently I am an associate assistant head teacher, but I have been head of languages, and I have taught languages for a long time. And currently the focus of what I'm doing is really all about vocabulary. So why? Because without vocabulary, really, there's nothing happening in languages. We also talk a lot about grammar, but I do think vocabulary comes before grammar, as you can see from the quotation here. And the second mention on here is the minimum percentage of words you need in order to make sense of the text. And that's something that we don't often bear in mind enough. Okay, a lot of the work that we do is to work on inference, but you do need to know between 90 to 95% of the words, and that's where we really need to work on vocabulary first. Okay? So why focus on it? It is the foundation of the grammar acquisition, and also the gaps will really impinge on general comprehension and the ability to infer. There's a lot of profiling software going on. You might be aware of the NSELP one, which I find quite interesting. But talking back to what they work with certain kind of corpora of words that may not be necessarily what young people, let's say the vocabulary that young people would use in that language. So we've got to also bear that in mind when we assess how accessible text is in terms of vocabulary. Traditionally, we've always had this big kind of dichotomy between the passive, the receptive vocabulary and the productive vocabulary. It's really quite interesting that some exam boards now are really insisting on productive vocabulary and productive language, and really taking a back step on the receptive. So how do we learn words? Well, it's always very interesting to talk to colleagues. They always think, oh, it's so easy. All you do is teach words, if only. So there are different ways to do it. More and more, whether it's in English or in MFL, we're looking at explicitly teaching vocabulary. It used to be, oh, well, if you export them to lots of words, they will pick it up. And really, with the time allocation that we have in MFL, I think we can't really rely on that at all. And I think everybody knows that. And it's also really important to develop what we call word consciousness. Are children aware that words come in families? Are they aware that if you know one member of the family, it's easier to learn other members of the family of words? All these kind of things that really have been, they have kind of been worked on maybe in English, but not necessarily in MFL. So research suggests that intentional learning is more efficient, but so explicitly, implicitly cultivating word consciousness, and also the idea that we need to look at sometimes teaching word out of context to do that. So in context, out of context, incidental, to kind of have an impact on the words that they actually remember. Okay, so if there is implicit learning, and there's always implicit learning. I mean, you all will have had, oh, it's snowing outside. Yes, mass hysteria in the classroom. Okay, so maybe I can get a language, some kind of language opportunity out of this. Might as well, there's nothing else to do. So you start teaching them random words about the weather because they remember it because it's actually had an impression on them. So that would be implicit. But it's really quite important that you start unpicking it a little bit for them to be able to commit to memory. So words can be worked out from comprehensible input because they know also the context. If they look outside the window, they will know what you're talking about. But also because they might have learned similar words or words, related to weather, and it's also a way to kind of go back over it. So ensuring the words are learned from and into the target language. I'm really interested to see the first Teachmeet because they like the idea that you start with the words being understood. So let's say you'd have the word in French, they've got to write it in English, then you mix and match, then they have to eventually have the English and produce it. And it has to be, they have to be revisited several times. You can't expect the first time you test or you ask them to self-check to be able to remember the pronunciation, remember the spelling, remember the meaning into English and out of English. It's actually a big, big ask, and it's really important to make sure that it is kind of staged. So I really like that because I'm really a great believer of that. So what does it mean to know a word? Basically, all these things. We're looking at the form, we're looking at spelling, pronunciation. As we know, depending on the language that you teach, for instance, I teach French and Spanish, the spelling in Spanish is quite transparent. If you know how to sound out the letters, you'll be able to work out and write the spelling for pretty much any words. In French, it's a completely different story. So you obviously need to take that into account. The morphological knowledge, so the prefixes, suffixes, there's more and more work going into that in English, and I think we need to really get a piggyback of them and really start showing the words in terms of root, prefix and suffix, just to make them realize they're not actually learning a list of 10 words. All the words are related and they have a common denominator. And if you learn what the prefix and suffix mean, then you don't have as much to commit to memory. So it's something that we're starting to all do, I think, but we really need to move forward with that. So meaning, the context, obviously, the same word can have completely different meaning depending on the context. And also, I like them to work with synonym and antonyms, opposites, so that they don't learn isolated words, but they learn them by pairs or related words, families, and obviously in context as well. They need to understand the correct usage and what works, how the words kind of work together. So this idea of collocation is obviously understand which company this word keeps. So if you see that word, you're likely to have that other word working with it, and also when to use it and not using it. So what kind of words? Well, we've kind of already discussed that when we looked at, when we start looking at the new GCSE, for instance. There's a lot of discussion as what kind of words should we teach, what kind of words should they learn. I don't think, and I really agree with the quote here, that not all words are equal. We really need to agree as a department, that some words will be more, you'll get more return on your investment, if you want. So it's all making sure that some words that can be used as generically across different topics, for instance, or different situations, really, really focus on those words. They are also the hardest words to remember. The more generic the word, the harder it is to remember it. And that's something we need to bear in mind. Because if recurrent words in assessments, it's okay, it's useful to know that. But some words are, for instance, I'm thinking, when we start teaching verbs, you know the basic verbs you're going to find in every single situation, and you can recycle. And that's really what we need to focus on. Okay? So what I really quite like to look at also is how the kind of words that are being taught are quite different for native speakers and for second language learning learners. So native speakers, you've got your tier ones, they learn that through being immersed in the language. So it's through their interactions from little children. Tier 2, more academic. Tier 3, subject specific. What's interesting, particularly if you've got teachers, learners of other languages, so students whose mother tongue is not necessarily English, that order can be a little bit kind of changed. So what you'll have is they might have big gaps with tier 1s. So that need to be explicitly taught. The tier 2, if they've got good tier 2 knowledge in English, they will get away with it. Particularly, I found if it's any word that is Latin based and they know in English because they are cognates. And tier 3, it really does also depend on, same again, the vocabulary in English. So really, whatever we do, we need to, I think, stop thinking, oh, vocabulary in foreign language, vocabulary in home or mother tongue or English. They really support each other. And it always amazes children. Children are always amazed when they say, oh, I bet you don't know that word in French or in Spanish. Well, it's the same in English. I know it's in English, so I can tell you it's the same word. And usually the bigger the word, the more impressive the thing they are. And the easier they are for us when we teach a Romance language like French and Spanish. And usually when you say that to children, the thing is quite good, actually. It's quite cool. So I think coolness is, yeah, let's go for it. So building up the word knowledge, there are 4 learning strengths according to Paul Nations. So the meaning, so input, and the meaning, output. The language, actual language learning, so looking at taking it apart, taking the word apart and looking at formation of plurals, nouns, adjectives, verbs, etc. And also providing loads of opportunities to speed up retrieval, what we said before. You can't just expect them to know all these kind of different things about new vocabulary just with a couple of opportunities for exposure and not that many opportunities for retrieval. So retrieval is a big one, definitely. I absolutely love etymology and morphology. I absolutely love this. I find a lot of children find that actually fascinating. It's not highbrow. You basically tell them the story of the word and how the words come to mean what they mean. What fascinates me is often the children and even quite a few of the grown-ups actually don't realize that the word is not English originally. English is great at, I always say English is a bit of a magpie of a language where you borrow from all sorts. And that's why the spelling is a nightmare, let's face it, because you've borrowed from that many languages. The basic rule of spelling have been completely transgressed by borrowing from all those different languages. So I had people saying, oh, amateur. I said, well, amateur, that's a French word. Is it? Oh, yeah, it really is. That's why the EU sounds because it's what happens in French. Ooh, big revelation there. So by just telling them the story around how we borrowed all these words, they actually also find out a lot of the what I call posh words that we use, can use in English too. Morphology is the Lego approach to learning vocabulary, which I absolutely love. So you've got your root word, you stick your Lego brick at the end, your Lego brick at the front, and you mix and match. And it's really empowering for them to see how many words they can actually make just by doing that. So it is useful to explain the phonic pattern and the spelling rules. Obviously, we will do that. What I like is to show them quite a complicated word that is a cognate in any language, and they work out the meaning by taking it apart and putting it back together. The concept of word families, still, I can't, when we look at the way vocabulary is presented, often we don't use word families. We use all sorts of other things, but not with families. And I think it's a wasted opportunity. So it's something for people to think about. And the fact that if you teach about word families, you also providing transferable comprehension strategies, not for your modern language, but for English as well. How you can actually work out a word. So next time you hear a child tell you, I don't know, I said, stop, work it out. Okay, so this I don't know, they know that Mrs. Jones doesn't like the I don't know, really don't like it. You can work it out. So a bit of an example here, you deconstruct your word, you say, right, on usually means not, and you can, that is replicable in lots of different languages because obviously that's the way the vocabulary is kind of built. So example of activities, so you give words and they need to be sorted by root words. So what is the common denominator from all these words? Usually the root word, so you'll look at the noun, the related adjective, the related verb. So unreliability, reliable, to rely on somebody, and all these kind of words, they are linked. Which means that if the child is learning a family of words, it's not so, the cognitive load is not as heavy. They're not learning each word individually, they're learning ways to deconstruct the words and make sense of them. And it's really, really helpful. So example of activity, build as many words as you can using selected root words and prefixes and suffixes. As I mentioned, etymology. Is particularly powerful if you pull it out, if you pull a word that you can tell the story of from a text they're reading, because you're also showing them a way to remember that word. Everybody likes a story, and storytelling is a really, really powerful way to remember things as well. So level of processing, they will retain the vocabulary if there is deep processing of the vocabulary. So if we just give them a list and they don't interact with it, or a very kind of shallow level, the retention is not going to be as good. So there's different ways the words are processed. So semantic processing, where the meaning is more important than the frequency or anything. I always find it fascinating when we start taking things, words apart, and you say, right, what does it look like? A lot of the time, they just want to know what it means. So bear that in mind. You teach them phonics. If you use proper words, often they will say, yeah, but what does that mean? And really, it's not what it's about. You show them that word because it's an example of a specific sound. So be really mindful of that. It's something that keeps happening. So Paul Nation says that it takes you between 5 and 16 encounters for a word to stick. I'd say it also depends on the type of encounter. It's got to involve really deep processing. So it's got to be processed, for instance, looking at meaning, sound, what it looks like, what are the words with it, and obviously all kind of different derived meaning and associated words. The production effect, that's also an interesting one. For it to stick, you need to speak it, you need to write it. There's a lot of research also that mentions that you've got to write it, not necessarily type it. And I know for some of the pupils that we teach, it is an issue. We've got more and more pupils, I'm sure I'm not the only one in the situation, using laptops. And it's absolutely, there's a lot of research out there saying that pupils will retain the words better when they read them aloud and when they write them physically rather than type them. So I know the old kind of copy from the board is not the best at all, but they need to have opportunities to actually physically write the word, even though for some of them I know it's painful, but it's something that needs to be done to assist retention. Spacing interleaving blocking was mentioned before as well, super important because when they start forgetting the word, that's when you need to revisit it to strengthen the link and really encourage retention. So mentioned before the depth of processing, memorability of each encounter. So it's about really giving them plenty of opportunities to process the words by saying them, writing them, and interacting with other people using that word. And that's why speaking is not like the skills that they do once they know how to write. It's really got to be interleaved through whatever we do. Here, I'm talking about interleaving, so implemented in the two senses. So the spreading out the repetitions, Then again, was mentioned before. There's also things that we mentioned together. So spreading it out, making sure that the content keeps being revisited in different ways, and also studying different concepts, alternative between them. So a typical example would be different tenses within a topic. If you just associate one tense with one topic, it's going to be very hard for the children to make the link and transfer the use of that tense into a different topic. Okay? Blocking. So when you have, for instance, you've got your type of content and you think, right, okay, we are going to do this and then we're going to move to something completely different. Blocking is not great, obviously, because you've got to keep revisiting things for them to stick. So the better way to really look at retention, particularly for conjugation, is when it's interleaved with other activities. So if you're having like the approach of deep diving a certain kind of tenses or vocabulary, if it's not interleaved with any other meaningful activity for communication, it's harder for them to actually remember that. Right, so my favorites. I always wondered, I have, over the course of my life, I have studied a number of languages, and I always wondered why I'm really struggling learning from a list of words. I could remember them, but 2 days afterwards, they were gone. And I thought there must be something, an explanation for that. So, two different approaches. You've got semantic, so it's related to the meaning. For instance, I'm going to learn all the parts of the body. Or thematic, it's really related by knowledge or schema. So if you go on to the next, this is what it could look like. So think, when you present vocabulary, I'm looking at thematic. A lot of us use thematic for Key Stage 3. And somehow, when we move to Key Stage 4, we're going all semantic. Now, there's pros and cons of both, but so semantic is great because you've got words are in a set. It's easier to retrieve. It's easier to test in some respect. It also helps you see how it's organized and stored in your brain. So it's kind of stored. It's kind of similar, done in a similar way. You can also see the meanings really in a clear way. But because the words are close in kind of context, it makes it more at risk of interferences or forgetting. So it's what was happening to me. I was learning all my, let's say, rooms in the house in English. I could remember them all, get tested, fine. 3 days later, all gone. Whereas with a thematic approach to it, it's more powerful in terms of memory activation because it creates a schema. And it limits interferences between the words that are similar. So if you have thematic clustering, it will retain it better. But thematic clustering is also better than random list. I don't think anybody gives random list. I think it tends to be semantic, so around a particular area of vocabulary. But more and more, we're using at Key Stage 3, we're using the thematic approach, this idea that there's a situation that these are the sentence building kind of approach. Yeah. Whereas vocabulary, when I started teaching a long time ago, it was more like that. So I'd have the visual hook, I'd listen, repeat, read, repeat. Please produce it verbally for me from the visual hook. I'll show them the bird I was expecting in pájaro. And then they had to listen and write, and then had to check that they knew what it meant. So it was broadly how we will do it. We all still do that for individual kind of items, but there's lots and lots of vocabulary that we need to make sure they learn as a structure, that they can deconstruct, reconstruct, and the same for the individual word. So you all will be familiar with the Frame model. Great, used a lot in our English department, and I thought, yeah, that's interesting. So I thought, well, there's no way we can use that in MFL for every single word that we teach. But it's quite a useful model to teach meta language. So that's an example here. If they don't know what noun is, and they're used to the Frame model in English, that will really kind of help them think about what the word means, examples, non-examples, And you can start introducing things like proper nouns, common nouns, etc. So if you can think of meta language that we use throughout, be very, very selective. I do think the fire model's got a place in MFL. I'm trying to play around a little bit, doing it in a more kind of bilingual way. It would work for people who have got quite good knowledge of Spanish to start with, but it's mixing and matching with the English and the Spanish. That's a good one. Accents. I was getting irritated by children constantly telling me, "Oh, those squiggly signs, they are not squiggly signs." So whether it's in French or Spanish, French probably worse because obviously they go that way, they go that way, they go that way, they go all kind of way. I'll say, right, I am determined to have those year 7 say, Miss, do I put an accent on this? And you know, we're getting there. So by introducing this, if you leave on the accent, by introducing this, they realize that in Spanish, for instance, all the accents are acute and they only go on vowels. You will have all come across anything that moves and doesn't, whether it's a vowel, a consonant, anything. So they've got to get that first. It doesn't matter which language you do, in French or Spanish, they only go on top of vowels. Then you might have the problem. I've had that a little bit with year 7, but they're pretty good. If you say vowel, they can kind of tell you what the vowels are. It's worth checking, though. You never know. And then all like that in Spanish actually means something different, depending on. So it's not just any random squiggly sign. It has got a meaning attached to it. Canto, I sing, canto, he sang. It's not even the same tense or the same person doing the action. Okay, so these are good examples. Yep. So the vocabulary curriculum for me would be to create a vocabulary-rich environment to encourage incidental learning. So try to obviously support their understanding, but maybe let's try to use a bit of, particularly key stage 4, using more synonyms. For instance, in Spanish, I'll say, okay, you say porque all the time. Maybe you could try puesto que, ya que, ado que. So the challenge is, right, can you give me other things than what you normally say? And they've got go to kind of broaden their vocabulary. This idea that word consciousness is important and they need to be able to be excited about words. I always say, right, what's your favorite word in French? Pamplemousse. How cool a word is that? In Spanish, mariposa. Love mariposa. So just because they enjoy the sound of it, how it feels when they say it. So you need to really kind of build up that enthusiasm about words, because then they will want to learn them more. So it's really important. So we agree on the criteria for selecting the words to focus on. Share more and more techniques to introduce and consolidate vocabulary within the department. I think that's really important. Also to memorize it. The way we test is more staged between receptive and productive, but it needs to be regularly tested. There is, everybody will say, the issue of, let's say, dyslexic students, that, you know, if you get 1 out of 10 every time you get tested vocabulary, you're going to think you're no good at it. So we need to find a way around that. And the way around that is to also reward communication. Do you understand what they've written? To also encourage them to say it out loud. You know, if I say it, do you know which word it is? Recognition. So we need to find a way to build up their confidence as well. It can't just be just the spelling. So these are my references, and loads of references there. But it's something that I'm carrying on kind of studying, because I really do think that the more we train the children to see that, let's say, a list of vocabulary or sentence builder or knowledge organizer they are not just individual words. A lot of them have things in common, which means that the cognitive load is not as high when you learn it. You can learn them by families and by themes, and being able to pick up and remember them a lot better. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. I have to say, our presenters are very good today at keeping to time. I haven't had to do any true Teachmeet style shout outs to say 1 minute left yet. So thank you to everyone for keeping to time so far. Next up, we've got Oxford University Press. So I just want to say another thank you to our fantastic sponsors, Oxford University Press and Pearson, without whom this event wouldn't be possible for us to host free of charge to you as teachers. Also, don't forget we're on X. I keep wanting to say Twitter. X, and our hashtag is TMMFL, and the Teachmeet MFL Icons account. We are holding a panel discussion for approximately the last 20 minutes to half an hour at the end of the day. So if you do think about any questions for our presenters, most of whom have volunteered to stay for that panel discussion and to answer any questions you've got, please can you pass them to Adam or Tom or I on a piece of paper, or please make it clear who they're for as well, if they're for a specific presenter, or put them on Twitter as a question, as a question, and we'll also tweet the response out, and it gives presenters an opportunity to see those questions in advance. So over to you, and I'll move out of the way.
Hi everyone, can you all hear me? Jolly good. I'm Melanie Pickerel and this is Jane Sullivan, and we are the local consultants for OUP. And today we just want to update you on what we've published and what we've got planned for MFL in the next few months. I'm going to start with Key Stage 3, and then Jane will be talking about publishing for the new AQA GCSE spec. This slide introduces our 3 newest Key Stage 3 courses, the French, German and Spanish. Each course is written around 2 student books and is suitable for a 2 or 3 year scheme of work. There is a focus on French, German and Spanish speaking countries all around the world, with culture spreads in every chapter of our books. All of the teacher support and student access to interactives, assessment and digital books can be found on Caboodle. You can subscribe to each course on Caboodle separately, and we also have MFL bundles that go across all the key stages. As well as digital links to the audio from the student book pages, we have a wide range of interactive activities. These include new phonics videos to help students with pronunciation, worksheets with matching audio files to practice all the key language learning skills, and online auto-marked quizzes to practice vocabulary and grammar. On Caboodle, we have record yourself activities that can be assigned to students. These are on all our language courses, and they're often overlooked by people who subscribe, but they're so useful. They give the students the opportunity to answer questions in the target language at home, record their answer, play it back, and then submit the recording to the teacher for assessment. And schools tell us that this is so useful for building confidence in speaking. This is VIF, our newest Key Stage 3 course for French. The course structure is very much like Claro and ECT, with 2 student books, a teacher book, grammar and translation workbooks, and Caboodle. The big difference with this course is that it was written after we had some information about the new GCSE specs. So we have tried very hard here to prepare your students for every eventuality. The course is grammar-led and focused, which is a nice change. The phonics videos can be launched directly from the book page, which is lovely for students because it supports speaking and pronunciation from the very start of Year 7. And you'll notice a wider variety of interactive resources on VIF Caboodle, so that we're catering for every kind of student learning. And you'll also find for the first time metacognition worksheets for every unit, helping students to find a method that works for them, a science for language learning. Our Key Stage 3 courses are very flexible. There are teacher books and workbooks, which means that you can go down a traditional paper-based route if you want to, or you can go completely digital. Claro and ECT have been refreshed and updated to prepare students for the new GCSE. They include a new transcription activity for each core unit, reading aloud activities for each core unit, teacher notes to help you embed phonics, and a list of the top 2,000 high-frequency words. Pass over to Jane now.
So it's been a long wait for the new GCSE spec changes, but 2024 is not far away now. So it really is the time to plan ahead. So we're really excited to be publishing new resources for the 2024 AQA GCSE specifications. The resources will be an exact match to the specs, and we are the only publisher in the approval process with AQA. We're looking to have the books ready with you by March, ready for first teaching in September, along with free access to extra resources to help you plan and be ready. We'll have differentiated foundation and higher student books, and our online Caboodle platform will comprehensively cover the vocabulary, grammar, topics, and skills required. But we also want to really nurture the excitement of learning a language, and there will be a real focus on the cultures of the relevant French, Spanish, and German-speaking countries in the world. Assessment is a key component of truly responsive teaching and learning, so we'll be supporting you with the new speaking and listening assessments with plenty of practice of transcription and reading aloud exam-style questions. Here are some sample spreads from the student book. Don't worry about not being able to read them from the back. I've got plenty of printed copies with us today, so do come and take a look at them. There are shared spreads across the book so that you can easily co-teach foundation and higher if you need to. The introductory theme page is open with receptive listening and reading tasks to revise and introduce new vocabulary. And we list the vocabulary needed for productive tasks within that theme too. All of the rubrics are in English to mirror the specifications. The test and revise spreads provide exam-style questions for all the 4 skills, including the new types of assessments such as reading aloud. We'll have full support for you on Caboodle, including questions for speaking assessments and mark schemes, and there'll be schemes of work available in the new year for you. So how do you get to see it? Click on the QR code. You can find this on your tables and also on the banner we've got at the back, and it's up there on the screen too, and it's online. So if you are watching at home, just hold your phone there and then click on. So just fill in the simple form and we'll send you a digital taster plus a free printed Getting Started pack, and that'll be going out in the next few weeks. If you were already subscribed to Caboodle, you will start to see the new 2024 content being added from the end of this month. So do keep an eye out for it. And anytime we add the new updates throughout the year, it'll automatically appear for you. But if you don't currently subscribe to Caboodle, come and talk to us, or if you're at home, go to our website and sign up. And we will set you up with free access to Caboodle until September 2024, so that you can begin planning and preparing and really be ready to hit the ground running in September next year. For those of you teaching A-level, we've got a full range of resources to support AQA. Again, we have our Caboodle learning platform with free trials available if you haven't used it before. We also have a fantastic 40% discount on grammar and translation workbooks for all schools and colleges too. And no MFL classroom is complete without good quality bilingual dictionaries. Ours are contemporary, engaging, and they've been carefully levelled with easy to find translations both to and from English. And we support them with free online resources and audio pronunciations too. And they're also half price, so perfect time to buy now. And a date for your diary is the 21st of November. We're going to be hosting a free webinar with Mario Huriaga on practical ideas to embed vocabulary in long-term memory. It's something we've heard a lot of this morning all about vocabulary. So do click on the QR code on your table for that and register. And finally, I'd just like to say thank you for your time, especially on a Saturday. We're really pleased to be able to sponsor Teachmeet events. We see that they're so important for you to meet up with other teachers and share ideas and support. So we hope you enjoy the rest of today's programme, and we're really looking forward to catching up with you during the breaks. Thanks very much.
Just again, a massive thanks from me to OUP Secondary for everything they do really to support all our events. Quick one to say, if you use social media, X or any other platform, then please drop us a tweet. Use the hashtag TMMFL. We'll try and get things trending. This morning we had 100 people concurrently watching the stream on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, and X, across our different sorts of channels, which was amazing. Big shout out to everybody at home who's watching. You're part of this just as much as anyone else is. So big shout out to you, and make sure you leave a comment. If you do want to leave a comment at home, you can do so on the YouTube channel and we will throw it up on the screen. So if you have a question, for example, for a presenter, we can then throw it up on screen at the end of their talk, so you can actually get involved in the conversation as well. I know there's a panel later on if anybody has questions and suggestions in the room itself. So yeah, huge thanks from me for OUP and to Pearson MFL, and I'm going to pass over to Hannah.
And up next is our next Teach Meet presenter, Ruth Coupland. Ruth is the lead practitioner for MFL at a school in Bolton, teaching Spanish, and she's going to talk to us today about the use of effective assessment. Over to you.
Thanks very much. So I'm here today. So last time I came to the Teach Meet, we were in a very different position in our department. We've completely overhauled our Key Stage 3 curriculum. Now, as part of that, what we wanted to look at was how we assess our students. We found we had quite a big I can't do Spanish culture within our school. And obviously that was something we really wanted to change. So our assessment journey is linked to this is our teaching and learning policy, our whole school teaching and learning policy, which again, I love teaching at my school, because what we do is say, right, what works for us. And so as you can see, we have our kind of short term, medium term and long term, how we assess students. It's not just about giving them a test. It's about that constant assessment. So it's that checking for understanding every single lesson and making sure that that student, we call it, is every student on the bus with us? Have we got every student on the bus? Then we have our learning checkpoints, which for us, we work with sentence builders. So at the end of a sentence builder, that's where we would do a learning checkpoint, not because it's half term and we need to get our assessments in before half term, but because that is where we need to check, did those students understand what was on that sentence builder? And then we have our 2 exams per year. Now that is produced as a percentage, and that helps us have those conversations with parents. Parents understand the percentage, and we use that for things like options, and at the end of the year for setting and those kind of conversations. So how does that link then into, how did we put that into our language lessons? So in terms of checking for understanding every single lesson, we're looking at using retrieval quizzes, and we call them connect activities or do now, about questioning, cold calling. Our students know the term cold calling because it's been used that often. That no opt out, making sure that everyone is engaged. We're not accepting I don't know. If they don't know, we deconstruct that question to really draw it out of them what they do know. That metacognitive questioning as well, which I'm going to come on to later. The use of show me boards, but making sure that we use those show me boards effectively. And then we've got our live marking, our think, pair, share, and breaking down complex explanations. So if we're introducing the preterite tense, not just flying into the preterite tense and then at the end saying, right, did we get that? It's that breaking it down into the key bits. So a couple of examples then of how we do that in lesson. So with our connect activity, so if you just, so oh, that's not coming up properly. So with our connect activity, this should have, it's a grammar activity that has different verbs, and then across the top we have our different tenses. So along the left hand side it should have the verbs in the infinitive and then the tenses at the top, and it's just a quick, right, I want these verbs into this tense, and you can mix it up. So one lesson I might say, right, I want the I form. The next lesson I might want to say, right, I want these verbs, but I want them all in the he, she form. But it's just that constant retrieval, and we make sure that those verbs are linked to the lesson that we're doing. So the next one that we were looking at is the use of the Show Me boards. Now, this is actually a video that I recorded for our school CPD in terms of the use of the Show Me boards. And it's about making sure, so first of all, choosing the questions carefully. So in this video, I'd introduced the preterite tense. So we did the AR verbs first. I was cold calling students to make sure that we understood the process. Then I introduced the ER/IR verbs, and then we went to the Show Me boards. So I deliberately chose my questions to have misconceptions in them. So for example, we were looking at holidays. So I made sure that the word restaurante was in there somewhere because they all spell it wrong. So it was ironing out that misconception early, ensuring that we get an answer from everybody, that everybody is involved in that. So I would give them thinking time and then do the 1, 2, 3, show me. So they're not just copying off the person next to them. They've all had to have an answer before they show me. So that's when I would monitor responses and give feedback. So I might just say to an individual, you just need an accent on that one. Or if I notice that 10 people have missed an accent off, that would be something that I would draw the class back to me and say, right, I've noticed quite a few of us are missing that accent off. Remember next time to make sure that's on. And then it's about using that metacognitive questioning as well. So not just, yeah, you've got it right, you've got it right. It's that, right, tell me, how did you get to that answer then? So you took off the AR, you added the E accent, fantastic. And it's choosing those students. So the first couple, I might go to a higher ability student because I know they're going to reinforce what I've told the class. And they're going to say, I took off the AR and I added the E accent. Fantastic. Yeah, guys, that's what we need to do. Before then, after a couple of examples, I might then start choosing the lower ability students. And that's where I'm now checking, is everybody still on the bus? Have they understood that as well? And that's why we use multiple questions as well. It's not just assume, right, we've done this once, we all understand it. It's that repetition of questions to make sure, yeah, I am completely sure that we have understood this. So from that, we then move on to our learning checkpoint. So this is at the end, roughly every 6-7 lessons. And again, it's not just every 6 lessons and that's it. If we think by the end of the 6 lessons on the sentence builder, we still need to revisit something, we'll add an extra lesson on. It's that constant revisiting. And it is a very low stakes quiz. It's not a formal assessment. So it might only be 20 minutes of a lesson. We make sure that we assess in the way that we teach. So if a reading comprehension looks a particular way in class, the reading comprehension looks that same way on the assessment. From that, we'll provide whole class feedback. We will reteach misconceptions. So we might take 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the next lesson in going over those misconceptions. And then we give them that chance to improve. It also then informs our future planning. So for example, if we think there was one where we did time, and they hadn't got the time on the learning checkpoint, they hadn't got the time. So we adapted our next sentence builder to include time on the next sentence builder as well, so that we could go over what we needed to. So this is like just a template of a learning checkpoint. We just edit the content, but again, we use that in class all the time, so it just looks the same. And then another thing that we found with the learning checkpoint is we were given kind of bullet point answers for an extended piece of writing, and students, you just get it back with nothing, not a single word on it. And they, when we spoke to the students, they just found it too overfacing to have a paragraph and a load of lines. I can't write a paragraph in Spanish. So all we did was we just took those paragraphs and split them into individual questions. So instead of saying, what's your daily routine like? Bullet point, what do you have for breakfast? What do you eat for dinner? What are you going to do to be healthier lifestyle in the future? We said, right, why don't we just split it into individual questions? And we found that that's really broken down a barrier for a lot of our students, that just having a question with a few lines is just much less overfacing than having, half a page's worth of lines that they feel like they need to fill. So that's kind of where a lot of our assessment comes in. So from that, this is an example of our whole class feedback that we would do. So we have our kind of what went well and even better if, and all we would do is highlight for our students. We just go through at the end and just highlight which one applies to them to give them that specific target. The key concept box then in the bottom left-hand side, that is what we're reteaching. So that would be a bigger thing that we then need to go over and reteach that. We always have our learning checkpoint stars, but make sure that we highlight why they're those stars as well. So we're looking for you to use present tense accurately, okay? And then on the right-hand side are just some key grammar. So there are quick spelling and grammar. So there are quick fixes. So we can do our quick fixes on the right-hand side before we move on to then reteach the key concept. And then depending on what they had highlighted, we would then give them a mini task to do. So as you can see with this one, it was about using the present or the infinitive and when they need to use those phrases. So this is just a quick task that we would give out, and it's just a multiple choice grammar. So they've just got to circle which one they would use, but it's just checking again that they've understood that key concept of when do I need the present tense, what phrases would I use the present tense, when would I use the infinitive. So that whole kind of feedback has probably taken 20 to 30 minutes of the next lesson, depending on how I feel when I reteach the key concept. But it's just securing that before we then move on to our next sentence builder. So then in terms of our formal exam, yeah, that comes twice a year. And that's just looking at the long-term knowledge, you know, in full exam conditions to prepare them for the GCSE with the results reported. We do things like personalised learning grids, question level analysis to make sure, you know, have they understood specific types of questions. But before we prepare for them for that, we're pretty confident because the rest of our checking for understanding on the journey to that formal assessment has been carefully planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Lots of ideas for us to take away there of different activities we can do as well. Next up is our next key speaker, who is James Maxwell, who is principal at Carrickfergus Grammar School in Northern Ireland. So thank you, James, for travelling over from Northern Ireland to be with us and volunteering your time to present today as well.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to be here in Manchester with you today, and thanks to Hannah and the TM Icons team for the invite. My name is James Maxwell. I'm a languages teacher and head teacher of a school in Northern Ireland, which sits in a beautiful location overlooking Belfast Lough, about 7 miles outside Belfast, where the ferries come and go to Stranraer in Scotland, the Isle of Man, and indeed Liverpool. And in particular, for anyone that's interested, just across that shore on the opposite side is where the Titanic was built 112 years ago. If you ever come to Northern Ireland, please come and visit for a visit. You'd be more than welcome. So I work as a teaching principal for a number of reasons. Firstly, as a head teacher, I don't think I can suggest to others how to teach if I'm not doing it myself and facing some of the same challenges as all other teachers face. And secondly, I don't know, I think especially with modern foreign language teaching, it's just in the blood, isn't it? It's the adrenaline rush that you get when you have that really pesky Year 9 class on a Friday afternoon. You know, the class that comes in and says, "Sir, it's Friday, can we watch a video? Or can we go to the computer room?" And then halfway through you realise, actually, this lesson's going really well, and you get that adrenaline rush, and that glass of wine then on the Friday evening is even more deserved and more pleasurable as a result. So my favourite part of the job is being able to close the door of my classroom and teach my discipline, modern languages. I love the potential which modern languages teachers have to mould a student's language learning journey. And if we get the curriculum design right, and I'll talk more about that later, to see the cumulative development of that learning journey unfold over time through the schema of linguistic knowledge which they build in their long-term memory. And it's that very notion of cumulative development at Key Stage 3 which I've chosen to focus on this afternoon, in particular how we can use retrieval, next slide please, to activate prior knowledge, which will as a result not only consolidate the foundations of prior knowledge, but also trigger the conditions for the acquisition of new knowledge. and the strengthening of schematic patterns in long-term memory. It's a challenge which excites me greatly as a teacher, sad person that I am, and a key part of that retrieval practice may well be the desirable difficulties of spacing, trying to activate prior knowledge after a space of time, and at a point when we're just about to forget it, and interleaving the mixing up of topics in order to improve learning and in order to allow our students to better appreciate and to better manage the transferability of linguistic function across topics and contexts. It is my belief that retrieval can really facilitate that notion of interleaving. And you know, mathematics and modern languages may not be obvious bedfellows, but if I were asked as a head teacher to give examples of curriculum subjects which reflect the sheer importance of core foundational knowledge and how that knowledge needs to be scaffolded upwards and built upon cumulatively, I would choose those two subjects without any doubt. If our students arrive with us at secondary level without a good foundational knowledge of times tables from primary school, and without the automaticity of times tables and long-term memory, then they struggle, don't they? They won't be able to think deeply about maths problems in the classroom because of that lack of automaticity with times tables. It will lead to cognitive overload. It leads to a scenario, if we're not careful, of something called the Matthew effect, taken from the Gospel of Matthew, the notion that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Those who possess the knowledge in long-term memory, that prior knowledge, their learning will be expedited. They will be able to think more quickly, more deeply, but if they don't, then their progress will be slower and they risk being left behind. So too, in modern languages, we must be seeking to create those core foundations from the get-go when a child commences their language learning journey. And we must seek, I think, every opportunity as they progress through Key Stage 3 to activate that prior knowledge, not just to cement the foundations, but also to forge the patterns and connections in their linguistic schema, which will act as a scaffold and help direct their learning upwards, that upwards ascent to the dizzy heights of linguistic fluency. And that notion of cumulative development, activating and building upon prior knowledge, may be very different to subjects such as history, whereby in year 7 they might learn about the Normans, and in year 8 they may learn about the French Revolution or something like that. In modern languages, I think, success depends upon that core foundational knowledge and the ability of ourselves as teachers to activate that knowledge skillfully and effectively in order to guide that linguistic journey upwards. Because learning new knowledge is like adding bricks when building a wall, as you can see in the screen behind me. If the bricks are missing lower down in the wall, the foundations are insecure and the wall will collapse. And just as mortar is used at frequent and spaced intervals to keep the bricks together, so too our approach to retrieval in the classroom needs to be frequent and spaced in order to ensure that knowledge solidifies in long-term memory. And of course, cognitive science increasingly backs up the importance of activating prior knowledge in order to secure the schema and make new meaning. And the table behind me on the screen, I think, best summarizes this, where it is referred to as responsive teaching, with 3 key questions at its core, which teachers should ask themselves. Is everyone thinking? Are we focusing their attention on the material, activating their related prior knowledge and trying to build on it? Is everyone making meaning? Are they successfully making sense of the ideas for themselves, bridging from what they knew before to a place where their schema are more secure, deeper, and wider? Is everyone practicing? Are we using every opportunity to consolidate tenuous new knowledge into something more secure, with a degree of confidence and fluency and the capacity to apply knowledge flexibly? I mentioned the word bridging a moment or two ago. Next slide, please. Thank you. And it would be my firm opinion that in this landscape of responsive teaching, not only does spaced and interleaved retrieval act as a mortar to solidify those foundations and cumulatively build knowledge upwards, but it also acts as a bridge between knowledge in working memory and long-term memory, a bridge between prior knowledge and new knowledge, a bridge between a student as a novice MFL learner and a student as a fluent user of language. Spaced and interleaved retrieval at Key Stage 3 is crucial on that journey. And yet there are many misconceptions about retrieval, so many pitfalls and/or traps which we need to avoid if we can as teachers. I want to mention three in particular, which I think are particularly pertinent. Thank you, Hannah. Firstly, the reminder versus retrieval conundrum. As modern languages teachers, we know that there's often a lot of content we need to deliver and present in a lesson. And when activating prior knowledge, it can therefore be tempting, because of time constraints, to remind students of previously studied material, as opposed to getting them to recall it themselves from memory. Additionally, retrieval can be challenging for pupils, can't it? Especially if it is spaced and interleaved, and it can feel time-consuming on occasions. And moreover, if students are struggling to recall information from long-term memory, it can be tempting for the teacher to offer the answer or solution. But this significantly reduces the effectiveness of retrieval practice. The less assistance teachers provide students during retrieval, the greater the strengthening effect will be. It may seem counterintuitive, but not immediately reminding a student of the answer may actually have a positive effect on long-term learning. Therefore, despite these challenges with implementing retrieval practice, we as teachers need to persevere and focus on retrieval practice instead of providing the class with reminders of prior learning. And whilst it might feel time-consuming, ultimately, in my experience, I think it will have the consequence of expediting learning. There's a particular effect in education called the generation effect. It's not to do with age, but it does refer to the long-term benefits of generating an answer from memory compared to being presented with an answer to information. And research would suggest that at any time a learner looks up an answer or has somebody tell them or show them something that they could, drawing on their current cues and past knowledge, generate instead, they are robbing themselves, or they are being robbed of a powerful learning opportunity. In other words, our students are missing out when they are reminded of something instead of trying to retrieve it from memory. And through quizzing and retrieval practice tasks, we as teachers can provide students with lots of powerful learning opportunities. By simply giving reminders, we may be denying them those learning opportunities. Thank you, Hannah. So examples of reminders in the classroom might include showing a video clip of something to remind the class of a particular context, revisiting and rereading a textbook or knowledge organizer, or presenting slides with information about prior learning. Examples of retrieval practice in the classroom include, of course, multiple choice or short answer quizzing, use of mini whiteboards, and answering past examination questions. But there are, of course, many other examples, some of which we have seen already this morning. And that short answer quizzing might be in the form of quick-fire live modelling or the deconstruction of models. I'm going to come back to that in a moment or two. And one more thing on the reminder versus retrieval conundrum, just before I move on to the second retrieval trap. Retrieval only works if we as teachers are reasonably sure that the prior knowledge is there. It sounds bizarre, but there are occasions when I'm not going to say we, because I'm sure you don't do it, but there are occasions when I have tried to instigate retrieval when there has been no level of prior knowledge. It happens. Let me give you an example. So some years ago, I was teaching noun gender in French to my year 7 class, using the topics of classroom items. So I spent a good part of the class, as you do, laboriously emphasizing the distinction between un and une, as I held up various objects, un crayon, une gomme, without telling the students up front why I was doing this. Then came the crux of the lesson when I asked the students why I was making the distinctions in the verbal utterances, which were now displayed in written format in all their glory on the interactive whiteboard in the class. Silence. And after some awkward fumbling questioning on my part, the class finally discovered, in inverted commas, the notion of noun gender. And the French nouns typically are either masculine or feminine. I then stupidly took it a step further by pointing the students to the noun des ciseaux and asking them to work out why it starts with they and not or une, hoping that they would deduce that scissors are plural. One hand went up at the back of the room. Sir, came the reply in all innocence. Is that the transgender one? Was the reply that came. I thought, oh no, I've got this completely wrong. And looking back, I can now see how futile my approach was. I mean, the concept of noun gender is alien to English-speaking children who do not have the background knowledge that, in fact, most Indo-European languages have noun gender, and indeed some, like German even have neuter as well. And so the ultimate answer given by that student was perhaps, I don't know, a reflection on societal change, but an even bigger reflection on my failure in my questioning techniques. The students simply didn't have the prior cultural knowledge in order to answer my questions. I was playing a game of guess what's in my head. And if prior knowledge is not there, then explicit, direct teaching is the way to go, isn't it? If it is there, then we must use every opportunity to employ the generation effect. Another misconception is the notion of retrieval only as a starter activity. There are some schools, I'm sure, which have a policy which states that teachers must do some sort of retrieval activity at the start of a lesson, a do now activity similar to what we've seen today, which incorporates spaced retrieval, for example. And there's nothing wrong with that. In my own school, it is highly recommended as good practice. After all, much better to do a retrieval activity at the start of a lesson, asking children about what they can remember from the last lesson a week ago, rather than a superficial plenary at the end of a lesson, asking children what they can remember from 15 minutes ago. I'll show some examples of potential do now starter activities in a moment. The danger, however, is that the retrieval becomes the token retrieval activity in the lesson, and that spaced retrieval is reduced to a tick box affair within a lesson planning template of tick boxes. And I believe rather that in the MFL lesson, opportunities for retrieval are peppered throughout everything that we do. And sometimes those opportunities can be planned for and incorporated into the lesson. At other times, those opportunities are more spontaneous and may only arise as a result of the interactions between pupil and teacher. And those opportunities for spaced and interleaved retrieval, no matter when they occur in the lesson, could and normally should be exploited. And linked with that, I think, is the third misconception, that we simply do not have time to devote to retrieval practice. With busy and packed schemes of work to get through and exam specifications, new or otherwise, it can feel a bit counterintuitive to almost stop what you're doing and devote time to spaced and interleaved retrieval, as it might feel that this is somehow separate to the learning objectives for the lesson in hand. Yet spending time on such spaced and interleaved practice, I think, I have absolutely no doubt, in fact, will in the medium to long term actually help to expedite people's journey towards fluency in a language, because it will reinforce those core foundations, which in turn will allow them to think more deeply in our lessons, and in turn again, strengthen their linguistic schemata in long-term memory. MFL teachers are notably a very generous bunch, aren't they? And some very kind ones share their templates freely online. I have no shame in saying that I magpie wherever and whenever I can. So examples of spaced retrieval activities at the start of the lessons may include like this, a knowledge retrieval challenge whereby students get 1 point for the retrieval of a word or phrase from the last lesson, 2 points for last week's, 3 points for last month's, 4 points from last year. You know what, I'm sure you've seen it all before. A brain dump type activity whereby pupils write down what they remember about a topic, perhaps vocabulary or phrases, and then compare it to a partner's to identify any gaps that they may have in their knowledge. A Connect 4 theme in which students must translate 4 words in separate discs of the same color. A 5-a-day challenge in which students must conjugate, list adjectives, spot the odd one out, correct a mistake, etc. Or a Mad Minute type activity whereby students must focus on a single type of practice, such as conjugation of irregular verbs, either on mini whiteboards or on paper. Other activities may include a Do Now challenge, which requires students to retrieve vocabulary, conjugate from memory, find the odd one out, or translate, or a Boggle type activity, whereby students are required to retrieve and spell as many words as possible on a theme based on 16 or so given letters. I'm afraid my own spaced retrieval activities at the start of lessons are much less exciting affairs. The one on the screen is from my Year 8 class yesterday. They have a simple page to complete at the start of each lesson. Eagle-eyed French teachers will spot the mistake in the last question, and in most retrievals I slip in the deliberate mistake to see if they can spot it. A Where's Wally type thing, which is useful, especially for pupils who have finished a minute or two before the others. And this type of do now spaced retrieval simply works for me, because as a teaching principal, I don't have a room So I need something that I can give them quickly when I get in there until I get the computer and projector up and running. It also works for me because our periods are 65 minutes long, so I have the luxury perhaps of a bit longer spaced retrieval at the start. But most importantly, it works for me because it allows me to incorporate what I think are probably important principles of retrieval. Firstly, getting a good balance between challenge and success, making the retrieval reasonably challenging, but crafting it in a way which I think, based on your knowledge of the class, will allow most pupils to experience success. Rosenstein sort of indicates around 70–75% as an optimal retrieval success rate. Secondly, even though I focus on that balance, the act of retrieval itself is kept low stakes in the classroom. I don't collect in marks or anything like that. When I started to use this approach some years ago, I made the mistake of linking it to the school's positive reward system. So any pupil that got them all right would have got a positive note placed on their desk. But then, of course, it became very high stakes. People started competing with each other. So now it is low stakes, and pupils are reminded it is an opportunity for them to identify their strengths and any gaps in their own knowledge. And thirdly, it allows me to orient some attention to what is coming up in the lesson. So the lesson which followed yesterday focused on linking negative structures with plural nouns. I don't have pens in my bag, that sort of thing, within the context of classroom items, and therefore retrieval activities had some focus on those aspects of grammar. And to finish with, however, I want to focus on those spaced and interleaved retrieval opportunities, which may present themselves throughout our lessons, and which we may be doing without even explicitly realizing, but equally, if not careful, we may miss. And I want to frame those opportunities into three main categories. Firstly, the opportunities which stem from powerful modeling in our lessons. Secondly, the power of chunking. And thirdly, the importance of curriculum crafting and curriculum design for maximizing opportunity for retrieval within lessons. The picture behind me is meant to reflect the notion of modeling. And the importance of modeling excellent writing in modern languages cannot be underestimated. It enables us, doesn't it, as teachers, to build in strategies which aim to embed linguistic awareness and understanding in long-term memory. A modeling which incorporates the principles of spacing and interleaving will give students the chance to develop their skill in manipulating language through the transfer of concepts into a range of topics. There are two main types of modeling which I think lend themselves really well to retrieval practice at Key Stage 3. The first is deconstruction modeling, whereby you start with a finished piece of text and deconstruct its qualities. Deconstructing or breaking down a model answer with students in the classroom enables them to observe not just the exact ingredients which go into the finished product, but also the balance needed to ensure as perfect an end outcome as possible. And for the purposes of deconstruction, it may be the case that the model is prepared in advance. This has the benefit in that it allows for the creation of a bespoke model, which can be written to reflect the nuances of the class in question. So for example, if I knew that 15 out of 17 people in the class were doing the Duke of Edinburgh's award, I might choose that activity as exemplar content in my model. If I know that some of the class have struggled with the structure of reflexive verbs in the past, I might build that into the model to allow for explicit referral and future and further exposure. On occasions too, I would use really good narrow reading paragraphs as my deconstruction model. We have a number of options with deconstruction. I like to get pupils to do think, pair, share activities before moving to round the class questions. So for example, if my model is focused on daily routine with elements of sport and leisure, I might get pupils to do a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 activity in pairs to activate that prior knowledge. So for example, find me 5 reflexive verbs, 4 leisure activities with pair, 3 times, 2 examples of frequency, and a past participle with avoir. And once pupils have a big picture understanding of the model, I might move to whole class questioning. How many daily routine phrases are mentioned in the model, James? Can you find an example of how synonyms have been used effectively in this answer? Shannon, find me an example of a justified opinion. Siobhan, locate for me adjectival agreement. Richard, can you find me an example of a particular tense? John. And the opportunities for activating prior knowledge are evident. Let's imagine that in our model text, the writer wrote that they are sporty and used the word sportif. One of my questions to the class might be, what gender is the writer of this model? In anticipation that pupils will activate their knowledge of personality words from year 8 to identify sportif as masculine agreement, as opposed to sportive in the feminine. And as a teacher, I find myself then, don't I, at that decisive moment that probably as teachers we face on numerous occasions in a day. I could say to the child who got it right, well done, and move on. Or I could think to myself, here is an opportunity to pause for 5 minutes and activate that prior knowledge on personality and adjectival agreement in the knowledge that we will be returning to it again in 3 months' time when they are studying the topic of the world of work and which types of personality link to which careers. And whilst it's tempting to move on quickly and cover what needs to be covered in the lesson, I know that 5 minutes of retrieval on personality adjectives will not only help to strengthen their foundation of core knowledge, but also make it easier for them to retrieve when they see it again in 3 months' time. Time, therefore, well spent. And questions I might ask in that 5 minutes include, can anyone tell me any other adjectives which end in IF? What would be the ending if it had been a girl? What about adjectives which end in EUX? Can you remember any? And what do they end in the feminine form? The second type of modelling, which I think is useful when modelling, is live modelling. So co-constructing a model together with pupils. So rather than unpicking the ingredients of an excellent model through deconstruction, with live modelling, the ingredients are established at the start with the pupils, the criteria, if you like. So let's say that the model is on sport and leisure, and the teacher and class agree that complex language, advanced vocabulary is a key ingredient. But as you develop it live with the pupils, they're giving you things like je joue au golf, sort of things you get, je joue au golf, je joue au foot. And you may wish to question them on their knowledge of sport activities with fair, because these tend to be more advanced as opposed to just cognates. So modelling and spaced retrieval go hand in hand in the modern foreign languages classroom. Of that, there is no doubt. We should also not forget the potential of implicit chunking for retrieval. And chunking is a strategy which aims to make efficient use of working memory by breaking information into manageable chunks. Those chunks are more easily committed to long-term memory and reduce cognitive load. One of the reasons I believe songs, hence the picture behind me, and raps work so well is because they often chunk lexical items so effectively. In other words, they provide students with ready-to-use language phrases which can be utilized and modified productively to communicate. Such chunks, learnt implicitly, can be unpacked and analyzed at a later stage, more explicitly, particularly for grammatical understanding. Even years later, those structures remain. There's a great song on YouTube for teaching the months of the year in French. I think it was part of the Kilo de Chanson, if anybody's old enough to remember that, like myself. But it was a brilliant, catchy tune. And I remember meeting one of my past pupils a year or so ago at the age of 26, her, not me, who was fit to tell me that she didn't remember much of her French, but did remember doing some air guitar and singing Quelle est la date de ton anniversaire in year 7. So I didn't know whether to be reassured at the chunking or offended that she hadn't remembered much more. And in my own school, when we roll out knowledge organisers, we are careful to think about what lexical chunks we want our students to have acquired over time, primarily through our prof, thanks Anna, past reasons, opinions, future and subjunctive sequence. We want our students to possess these chunks in their long-term memories for a number of reasons. One, because it implicitly embeds useful structures in chunks in long-term memory. 2, because it means that as their linguistic knowledge develops, they can make patterns between those implicit chunks. And thirdly, when structures are finally taught explicitly, they will have hooks and triggers in their prior knowledge, which should allow for a deeper understanding of the structure at hand. Let me give you an example. So my year 9 class have just finished a scheme of work, previous slide please, on giving and justifying opinions on sport and leisure. And those are the prof sentences that they learned. And in the subjunctive, they learned il faut que je fasse as a structure. In year 7, they also learned il faut que je fasse in a different context. Il faut que je fasse de mon mieux when talking and writing about their initial experience in school. So when explicitly going over the prof table with them, I was careful to activate that prior knowledge to ensure that those connections were being made in memory. And very finally, a word on curriculum design and how important it is to consider opportunities for activating prior knowledge when constructing our curriculum. A carefully crafted modern languages curriculum will ensure, I think, that students are revisiting key concepts and structures across topics over months and years as they develop and deepen their schema in long-term memory. And language teachers might justifiably argue that this happens already and is the core structure of good MFL textbooks. After all, no Spanish teacher would teach the perfect tense once between year 7 and year 11 and move on without ever returning to it. Our students must use such an important tense across a range of contexts, and therefore it's natural in our teaching that we revisit it regularly. However, do we think about our curriculum design as a 5-year plan from year 7 to year 11? Do we think explicitly enough about how and when we are spacing the linguistic knowledge over those 5 years? Do we consider how the desirable difficulties of spacing builds in opportunities to develop and deepen students' linguistic knowledge? Do we consider spacing in terms of linguistic function and not just content, structure, and form? What you see behind you is the Key Stage 3 curriculum for Northern Ireland. It's arguably helpful, I think, because it is focused on the development of functions of language learning as opposed to topics. This has allowed schools like mine to use a reasonably good interrogation of curriculum development around those functions with an emphasis on spacing and interleaving, allowing pupils to understand the transferability of linguistic function across contexts. For example, what does expressing, justifying and justifying opinions look like in year 7? And how do we build on that in subsequent years to deepen linguistic knowledge, fluency, and accuracy? In year 7, it might look like giving an opinion regarding animals which you like, don't like, and prefer. In year 8, it could be using more advanced opinion sentence starters, such as je m'intéresse with a broader range of connectives. And in year 10, it might be introducing the present subjunctive as a connective when giving opinions on marriage. E.g., j'aimerais bien me marier car je veux faire une grande fête, bien que je me sente obligé d'inviter tout le monde. I would like to get married because I want to have a big party, even though I feel obliged to invite everybody. No matter what your curriculum design, I would encourage you, if time permits, to interrogate it in order to identify the many opportunities for what I have referred to earlier as responsive teaching. Those opportunities to activate prior knowledge. It's a challenge for us all, but it is what makes our job as modern languages teachers one of the most exciting and rewarding, and in my opinion, the best. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
That was the sexiest French accent from someone from Northern Ireland I've ever heard in my life. Incredible stuff. So it's now lunchtime. So anyone who has ordered lunch from us or any speaker who's also requested lunch, it's going to be served in a room through those doors on the right-hand side, and Adam's going to be stood on the door like a doorman. He's very tall, so don't mess with him, to sort of sign people in. Obviously, we're right in the centre of Manchester, so anyone who hasn't ordered lunch through us, you can literally walk out. You've got a selection of bars. After the event today, I think just before you go, I think Hannah mentioned it, we're going to go around the corner to a bar called Brotherhood of Pursuits, I think it's called, and it's literally just there on the left. If you want to come to that, the first drink's on us. So whether it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic, so the first drink for anybody, we'll give out tickets for that to anybody coming to the bar around the corner. So again, if you want to join us for a bit of networking, fantastic. I'm going to ask for a show of hands later on to see who's coming. Not now. You can have a little bit of time to think about it. So enjoy lunch. We're going to come back here at 1:50. So 1:50, 40 minutes, just under. So hope to see everybody back at 10 to 2. Thanks very much.
Do you have any place where we can pray?
You could ask, I think there is actually, if you ask at reception.
They will.
I think there is.
Yeah. I'll just need to check something. Can I just check my presentation because I think I've jiggled a few things. So I just want to see because there was.
I think yours is one of these.
Yeah, it's I just want to see if everything is okay.
This is Seema, by the way, who works on TTR. You might recognise him.
Yeah, I've seen your picture. Yeah. Hi. Nice meeting you.
The legend of Maud.
I know it feels so weird to see all these familiar faces.
50 shows tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, no, and tomorrow I'm going to talk about this.
Oh, this, yeah, good, yeah, that's good.
I'm going to do a summary.
Yeah.
If you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Which slide do you want to
No, I just want to see if they're all because.
Well, have a click
yeah,
through now because you're not on screen.
I'll
so
do
it's
that.
fine.
Cool.
No. See if you can because that's me. Because it gets really busy. There.
Yeah, I need to hide all these things because there's admin on it. So I need to,
Why?
because you, I shouldn't put any branding.
No, that's fine.
Because I wanted to just
There isn't any
click
branding.
here.
Well, that's fine because I mean they can't click anyway. So just
No,
leave
but
it
I
on.
can't. No, but when you share it.
Yeah. Well, they'll be able to do that.
Isn't that? Is
That's
that?
fine. Honestly, the only thing. No, it's like TTR. Basically, this is fine because you're saying, here's a reference to materials that I've mentioned in my presentation. You're not saying, here's a commercial company, go and sign up and buy. That's essentially what I'm looking out for. It's the same exactly the same as TTR, which is why TTR is free and this is free. By the way, you come from London, right? Yeah. So how much did that cost?
I traveled like a backpacker.
Oh,
I took megabus, like in the old days.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, I thought, I can't.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
So I remembered my younger days.
Men.
I know it sounds bonkers, but actually it's more reliable than trains in this country.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, definitely.
It's just, you can't rely on it.
No,
They're always on
absolutely,
strike
right.
and you end up standing up
Yeah.
for paying a fortune. So I just took the bus and there were students, there were migrants, and just normal people. And that's absolutely fine without bringing them. So yeah, that's how I travel. This is still. I'm just nitpicking because on Heaven Lives things there was sometimes the ads.
But you're going to have the protocol.
Cool. That's better because I'm going to go very quick on some stuff because I just want to show what sort of resources you can make yourself. Yeah, I'm not doing it. So, for instance, do I have to hide that? Because Vocaroom.
Not really. As long as you don't go. Is it good?
Yeah.
Fine, that's fine. As long as you don't say, everyone go and sign up for Vocaroom today now, and you get a 10% discount.
I don't
You know what I
make any
mean?
money out of
Yeah, no,
things
but you
like
know what
this.
I mean,
Yeah,
though.
Okay, so I think it's all absolutely fine.
It looks absolutely fine to me.
Yeah, it looks like it's on, but I can do it fast. Anyway.
You can't say in your own intro, you know, I do whatever you want to say. You can
I'm
say,
just
I am,
going to
I
ask
am
you
a
guys to
teacher.
tell me you're halfway at one point, and then
You'll
you
have
need to wrap
time.
it up.
We'll run a stopwatch. Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, because I'm the sort of person, even with 10 slides, I could go on forever. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit. Thank you for your help.
See you in a minute.
You're not allowed
For recording? How's it going in the lunch? No, the sound bar. It's still on the camera.
On the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Fine. I'm just going to go and check. I'm not taking any of mine until everyone else has got theirs, and then because I can always pop out.
Yeah.
More important.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just said that, and then I think I was trying to next up.
Yeah.
Said, well, actually, he said we can use it. Well, we're aiming for 50, but I think realistically, people should mess around for. Well, then you can afford. That's what people have. I don't.
I've been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. I've been sleeping in my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. I can write a song. I belong with you, belong with me in my street home. I belong my sweet. I don't think you're right for him. Think of what it might have been. Took a bus to Chinatown. He's standing on Canal and Bowery. She'd be standing next to me. I belong to you. You belong to me, you're my sweetheart. I belong to you. You belong to me, you're my sweetheart. We need it now. Let's go. Whoa, son. So, where we now? I belong to you. You belong to me, you're my sweetheart. I belong to you. You belong to me, you're my sweetheart.
I remember the sickness was forever. I remember snow videos. Cold Septembers, the distances we covered, the fist fights on the beach, the busies round us up. Do it all again next week. An embryonic love. The first time that it's scarred, embarrass yourself for someone, crying like a child. And the boy you kicked Tom's head in still bugs me now. That's the thing, it lingers and calls you when you're down. I was far too scared to hit him, but I would hit him in a heartbeat now. That's the thing with anger, it begs to stick around. So if you fleece you of your beauty and leave your spread when out to over, if you hurt the ones who love you, you hurt them like they're nothing. You hurt them like they're nothing. You hurt them like they're nothing. See, I spent my teens in rage, spiraling in silence, and I armed myself with a grin, 'cause I was always the fucking joker, buried in their humor, amongst the white noise and boys, locker room talking lads, drenched in cheap drink and slide bags, a mirror picture of my old man. Oh God, the kids are now cut each other, but he looks sad. God, the kid looks so sad. God, the kid looks so sad. She said that. So I thought about shifting here, and now she wept and wept and wept. came and dialed on you. See my mother, DWPC a number. She cries on the floor in comfort. I'm 17 going under. I'm 17 going under. I'm 17 going under. 17 going under. 17 going under.
I recall a lot of smoking. I wanna lose a couple days. We probably never struggle coping, but I never want to. Promise again that I would call her. Forget the time, cause I'm 7 hours behind. It's probably a good idea to call her, but I always want to. And I beg you, but you know I'm never home. And I love you, but I need another year alone. And I've tried to ignore it every time you phone, but I never come close. And I don't think through things, I never get time, cause I don't think things through. And I recall a lot of smoking. I wanna disappear for days. We probably never struggle sleeping, but I never want to. Promise again that I will call her. Forget the time, cause I'm 7 hours behind. It's probably a good idea to call her, but I always want to. And I beg you, but you know I'm never home. And I love you, but I need another year alone. And I've tried to ignore it every time you phone, but I never come close. I don't think through things, I never get time, cause I don't think things through. I don't think through things, I never get time, cause I don't think things through. I beg you, but you know I'm never home. I love you, but I need another second to myself. I've tried to ignore it every time you phone, but I never come close. I beg
time, think it was June. Yeah, I think it was June. Laying back, head on the grass, chewing gum, having some laughs. Yeah, having some laughs. It made me feel like the one. Made me feel like the one. It made me feel like the one. Made me feel like the one. Drinking back, drinking for two. Drinking with you. And drinking was new. Sleeping on the back of my car. You never went far. You took it far. It made me feel like the one. Made me feel like the one. The one. It made me feel like the one. Made me feel like the one. The one. I don't know where we are going now. Wake up, cup, coffee and juice. Remembering you. What happened to you? I wonder if we'll meet again. Talk about life since then. Talk about why did it end. It made me feel like the one. Made me feel like the one. The one. Made me feel like the one. Made me feel like the one. The one. I don't know where we are going now. I don't know where we are going now. So take a look at me 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 now.
Wow, I was really worried about that.
So take a look at me now.
Yeah.
So take a look at me now. Now.
Oh, okay. That's quite nice to see. You're not the broadcast a lot, are we? Not that I'm-
Well, yeah. Well, don't worry. No, I'm from near Liverpool. But my girlfriend lives here. So, like, I'm moving. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Will I see again? We are always running for the thrill of it, Always pushing up the hill, searching for the thrill of it. All alone, we are calling out now to get. Never looking down, I'm just an aura what's in front of me.
Yeah.
Mess around, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll put it on mute that paper, yeah? It's obviously...
God, I'll never see the love you found in me. Love's changing all the time. Living in a rhythm where the minutes working overtime. We are always running for the thrill of it, thrill of it. Always pushing up the hill, searching for the thrill of it. All alone, we are calling out now to get. Never looking down, I'm just an aura what's in front of me. Is it right now to be on, come on? All we got is tonight. That is right the first time.
Morning, it's another pure grey morning. Don't know what the day is holding. And I get up right when I walk right into the path of a lightning bolt. Siren of an ambulance comes howling right through the center of town, and one blinks an eye, and I look up to the sky for the path of a lightning bolt. Met her as the angels parted for her. She only brought me torture. That's what happens when it's you that's standing in the path of a lightning bolt. Everyone I see just walks the walk with grit and teeth, but I just stand by and I wait my time. They see you got it, so the line they want the water, not the wine. But when I see the signs, I'll jump on that lightning bolt. And chances, you can tell.
Oh, now, okay. All right, let me just go. Oh, sorry, shall I stand here or shall I come after, or what do you want to do? Okay, well, I'll go there.
All right. Hope that's everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch and filled your boots, as they say up north. the next person I'm going to introduce is somebody who has done an awful lot of work as well in the community, who's presented very, very widely, absolute fountain of knowledge, which is Sylvia Bastow. So Sylvia is a subject leader, research lead, an AWL council member, main language is German, secondary sector, and has over 18 years of teaching experience. So another person who we will learn an awful lot from. So I'm going to hand straight over to Sylvia.
Thank you, Adam. Well, I hope everybody's feel their tummies and we're feeling energized rather than sleepy. So let's hope that we obviously can get through my session fairly quickly. It's kind of like whistle stop. Talking about, listening skills. And normally it would take almost up to 40-45 minutes to go through this in more detail, but I will try to condense it, as much as I can. And then obviously, if you have any questions, I'm here after the event, so feel free to ask. So the idea of this session is really, if we can move it on, please. Okay. You can skip that as well. I think Adam introduced me sufficiently. So the idea is really to look at developing self-efficacy in listening skills. Now, from my personal experience, and I've been teaching almost 20 years, listening is one of the skills that my students feel probably the trickiest and the most challenging. And even from personal experience as a teacher, as an educator, I found it really, really difficult to tell my students how to really prepare for listening, because it's a skill which they need to take outside of the classroom, and they need to be exposed to variety of listenings, not just necessarily recordings, but also via video, and engaging with the language actively. Now, in terms of an exam, when we talk about exam, I really don't see as much as a linguist the point of this skill in terms of examination, because in the real life scenarios, okay, if you don't understand something, if you can't hear something, the speaker would rephrase the content to you. So I really don't see what our students need to prove by listening to something which is recorded. They can't see the facial expression, they can't see the body language, and often it is really testing inference skills rather than the linguistic knowledge, okay? Because if we consider our learners are starting to learn a new language. They are not proficient in the language. Proficiency is achieved much, much later on, yet they are tested on inference skills, which they often struggle with in their native language, never mind a foreign language. So the focus of this session, really, I would like to do a quick whistle-stop tour on importance of phonics. We're going to look at some strategies like micro skills, for example, encoding, decoding, parsing, lexical recognition skills, and then I'm going to show you some examples of ideas and activities that I've been using with my learners to try to help them to develop their listening skills and their listening self-efficacy. So from research, why is listening so difficult when we look at it from the point of the research? Now, the time in which we comprehend what we hear is extremely small. It's only 2 seconds. If any of you have an experience with interpreting, for example, we know very well how difficult it is if you have to interpret somebody who is speaking in another language. They often forget that you have to actually remember what they're saying and then translate it as well. So often they would talk, and you would have to have some kind of a signal. Can you please stop? Because now I have to actually summarize what you said, and you have to remember a lot of information in order to obviously interpret it. Now, if you look at the point of the listener, the listener is really only one syllable behind the speaker. So by the language coming out, the listener is only one syllable, 0.25 seconds behind the speaker. Now, any incoming speech erases the previous speech. So as I mentioned, just with the interpreting skills, for example, it's a lot to remember, to hold in your memory. And oral comprehension really requires parallel processing. So we are manipulating simultaneously several cognitive demands. So it is extremely difficult, okay, especially for learners, okay, who are beginners, because most of our students will be really beginners. We can't even say at the end of the GCSE that they are experts. They are still novices, okay? Experts we become when we become fluent, when the automaticity comes in. So can we please move on to the next slide? So when I spoke to my students in terms of why they find listening difficult, these are some of the things they came up with. So many of them are complaining the speed. Okay, they find that it's really quite fast. And to be honest with you, it is, if you look at it from the point of view as a foreign language. Yeah? We don't realize how quickly we speak. Okay, they sometimes say, Miss, you speak really quickly in English. What did you just say? Slow down. So yes, we speak incredibly fast without really realizing that we are speaking fast. But for a learner, okay, it is really fast. Even maybe the moderate speech is quite fast for them. You know, they struggle with some of the accents, okay, different types of voices, male, female, older, younger, children, okay, all of these things, okay, they find challenging. Time pressure to respond. Okay, so often, you know, as I said, you know, the incoming speech erases the previous speech. So it's a lot we have to manipulate at once. The time limit. So when we consider examination, it's the time limit. You hear something twice and it's gone. Okay, in a real life situation, real life scenario, you would never be in that situation that, you know, you hear something only twice. You know, the speaker would rephrase it, would slow down. You would use body language, gesticulation to obviously, you know, get the meaning across. Often it is the difficulty to hear the word in a context. Our learners often say, well, it sounds all like one word. I don't know where the words are ending, and when then the new word is starting, it just all sounds a little bit like gibberish because it is so fast. And also it's the wrong decoding of the sound or the recognition issues. Okay, so again, if our learners, okay, if you go on the next slide, you know, for example, learn their pronunciation phonics wrong way, they don't actually recognize the word in a speech. So how can we support our learners in terms of making the listening a little bit more accessible? Okay, as I said, I will still advocate that they need to do a lot of listening outside of the classroom for the listening skills to improve. And that really is motivational issue, isn't it? We can't reproduce in a classroom necessarily the real life scenarios we have when we learn our mother tongue or when we learn a language in the country that we live in, because you are exposed to it 24/7. In a school, if you're lucky, we might have 2 lessons a week, ideally spaced perfectly, which doesn't happen often. You know, so I've got, for example, in Key Stage 3, 4 lessons a fortnight, and some of the lessons, I might have 3 lessons in 1 week and 1 lesson in another week, and I might have 5 days gap in between it. That's not ideal, but unfortunately, that's what we have to work as language teachers. So breaking things down and chunking, you know, chunking is the lingo at the moment, you know, breaking things down. So yes, chunking it, the mindset, okay, introduce listening something as not threatening. I, for example, when I start teaching year 7, I don't bombard my students with recordings. Okay, they learn from me. I speak, we speak with each other. There is, you know, when you learn in your mother tongue, your mother doesn't play your recordings. You're listening, you're learning, you know. So I want to make that listening accessible to them using me as a medium. As they get a little bit more confident later on, they might have a homework that I give them some clips to listen to, you know, from various websites. But again, they have that clue that they have the video as well to go with the sound, rather than just giving them, oh, listen to audio. Okay, that's my approach. I'm not saying that's right, that's wrong, but you know, it seems to be working for my learners, and my learners are much happier with that approach. Practicing from the start, from the year 7. But as I said, that does not mean that we bombard them with recordings necessarily as audio. Okay, using obviously the receptive skills as a stimulus to speaking. Okay, so we know listening is a receptive skill, speaking is the productive skill. They go hand in hand. Okay, you can't communicate if you don't listen. Okay, you have to listen and then you respond to it. Using authentic materials as much as possible. Okay, as I said, you know, with the various websites where you got the video, they could be as an easy homework after school, not necessarily high pressure exam. I would not necessarily look at it. Let's use it in a class as some kind of a data gathering exercise. Many of these websites have also speed adjusting options, so they can slow it down, they can go back and forth. I will show some of the websites that I use with my learners, which I think are quite useful, and also encourage our learners to listen repeatedly. Okay, so nothing wrong with going back, rewinding, and listening again. Okay, until we can we hear that word, slow it down, because that's the biggest issue. Many of my learners say, "Miss, I cannot hear it." Okay, so we slow it down sometimes, even when with all the learners. You know, when we're breaking it down, can you hear it now? So it's that there's an act of rewinding and re-listening to it. Moving on, please. Thank you. So in terms of phonics, you know, pronunciation, I say, is key. I personally don't teach phonics in isolation. I'm not sure I hope many language teachers would not approach that like that. Phonics is something which is integral in a part of the lesson, you know, and they are taught in context. I'm a Germanist, so I believe it is easier for me as a Germanist to teach phonics and pronunciation than when I compare it to colleagues who speak French, and there is, you know, much bigger diversity. So I can't comment on that approach. You know, there might be slightly different approach when you teach French, for example. But in German, for me, it is integral part of the lesson. Okay, we look at some of the high frequency phonics, and they come up in the words all the time. You know, like your E-I-I sounds. So listening for is the key, obviously, of the effective communication. It is key that they can identify the sounds and that they can pronounce them correctly. Because with your E-I-I sounds, as a Germanist, for example, these sounds can change meaning. So if the student pronounces instead of lead light, we have suddenly different words. Same with the little funny dots. They call why we do have the two little funny dots on the letters, the umlauts. Again, they can change meaning of the word from, for example, schon, schön, okay, if there is anybody Germanist here. And that's very important for our students to know as well, that pronunciation is a key to understanding, and especially when we come to the listening as well, because if students learn sounds wrong way, they will not hear them. They don't recognize them. Okay, so that's might be also an issue when we sometimes have maybe non-specialist teaching, you know, our subject, you know, if the pronunciation is not really strong enough. Obviously, phonics and pronunciation are vital for encoding and storing of the language into the memory. So we need to make sure that the sound is stored the correct way. Understanding of the links between the spoken and written language. Okay, so there is a big focus now on sound spelling correspondences, so phonemes and grapheme correspondences in terms of decoding the meaning of the words. So you got some examples on there. You know, obviously, in terms of teaching phonics, as I said, there is no probably right or wrong way of teaching it. It depends what suits the context of your own school, of your own classroom. But I think the embedded approach of teaching phonics is, I would say, the key, because students need to see how the sounds behave within the words, within the sentences, within the structures, within the situations. Okay? Yeah? Okay. So some strategies, okay, I'll just let you to read through them. I'm not going to read them out for you, but these are some of the strategies that I use, for example, to support listening skills. So just give you a second to have a look. You can have the slides at the end, so there's some more ideas. If you can move on as well. Now, minimal pairs, very important for me in terms of German. Sometimes students can't hear the differences between sehr, sehr. So again, you know, being able to identify, you can use mini whiteboards, so they have to write the number of the word that I have pronounced, just to see that they can actually recognize the differences. Another activity we could use is putting words into the sequence. So you might have it's more scaffolded in the sense that you use English instead of, for example, the target language. So you have extract, students listen to either you read it or you record it, and then they have to just draw a line on the timeline, you know, when they hear the word, for example. Okay, we move on. Reconstructing the text. So you can have text cut up in bits, and then again listen, and then can they put the text together based on what they hear. Okay. They can listen for various things. So, for example, cognates, or the words they recognize, and just list them as they listen to it. They can listen for particular grammar points, for example. So you might want them to focus on different tenses. How many times you hear past tense, future tense, present tense, and they can use, for example, tallies, okay, to do that, to recognize the differences. Okay, if we move on. You could scaffold. You can scaffold it even more. You can for the lower attaining students, you can have actually the phrases there as well as a visual rather than just hearing it. Yeah. This is listening pyramids. Okay, you can record, and here are some ideas for obviously how you can take the listening outside of the classroom using some of the websites which have the that you can slow down the speech, and you can re-listen, and various activities as well to support gap fills, etc. And any questions, please? I'm after here, so fire away. But as I said, this is a quick whistle stop.
Thank you so much, Sylvia.
Thank you. Never done it in 10 minutes.
It's just these events. It's just wonderful. They take something away from every single presenter and every single sentence that they say. It's just fantastic. So up next we have got Sophie Mills, who's going to be making her way down. But just while Sophie gets obviously down to the front, just another final. Well, not final, but another shout out to our sponsors, Oxford University Press and Pearson as well. Thank you so much. Obviously, we do rely on the support of our sponsors to help run our events. Keep tweeting with the hashtag TMMFL, and we'll keep a track of the conversation. Do tweet any photos. Those of you online as well, do join the conversation. It'd be great to have you present. We're still streaming live. And at the end, obviously, any questions for the panel discussion, please just obviously jot those down. Feel free to hand them to myself, anybody else, pop them on the table like you do at PSHE Day when you get those awkward questions, and we'll come round and gather them in ready for the end. So I'm going to hand over to Sophie now, who's currently in ECT2 in a large English was never my strong point. In a large school, teaching French, who's just moved to a smaller community school in September and is teaching French and German. I told you reading was my strong point. Sophie, I'm going to shut up. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about writing strategy today. As Adam said, I'm Sophie. I was teaching in a large school up
until September I did my training in my ECT there, where we taught French, German and Spanish. In September, I moved to a small community school in Scarborough, where currently I'm just teaching French. We do offer German as well. So 2 very different contexts, but where I've put this strategy into place. So it's all about building confidence in writing with model texts. So why this actually came from a whole department strategy. Like everyone, we were trying to improve outcomes for our GCSE cohort, and we decided that writing should be our strategy. Writing is the exam where the students have the most control. Yeah, they can say what they want to. And we found that if we ask students to produce a certain bit of vocabulary, a certain structure, they're able to do it. But actually, it's the ideas that they're missing. You know, so my previous school was in Hull, my current school is in Scarborough, areas with quite big levels of deprivation. Students have quite low levels of cultural capital. And actually, when you've got a question about a holiday or going to watch, you know, a performance, a concert, lots of them have never lived that experience. So actually putting pen to paper and coming up with those ideas was actually our biggest blocker. The other thing that we found was that structure, as many times as we told them to write their 90 words in 4 paragraphs, were they doing it? No, they weren't. And those patterns that we needed to see, those tense patterns that we needed to see in every piece, we just weren't seeing. So can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So what did that look like? We decided that before, to introduce model text, and what that looked like in my classroom was a model text before each written piece that we did. And I used that as an opportunity to exploit a text and to pull it apart to really see what the key bits were. So you can see that I encouraged highlighters. This student went to town with her beautiful pastel highlighters. And that's what their books would look like when we had one of these lessons. So we'd look at the text together, and then the students would have the opportunity to write a version of this text for themselves using the model as a guide. So it provided scaffolded support. Some students stayed really close to the text, you know, our sort of weaker students, and then the more able ones were able to adapt a little bit further. So a really good way to support them. How did we do it then? It looked different every time we did it, because pulling apart a text, annotating, it gets boring after a while. So sometimes that is just what we did. Sometimes we did different activities. So in this one on the board, we did a gap fill dictation. I would usually ask them some reading questions alongside it. My favourite was, if this is the answer, what question have I been asked? And I found that this was really useful to get them to preempt what the questions might be. Less relevant, obviously, with the new GCSE coming in, but in the current GCSE where they have to understand their bullet points, if they are getting used to sort of predicting the kind of things that they're going to be asked, then in a situation where in the exam they can't remember what they can't understand the question, then they know what they are being asked. And some translation as well, either into the target language or into English, muddled, whichever way you want to do it. And what was our outcome then? We found that the students were structuring their writing better. Their key verbs were accurate because in every model text, we were including those verbs that we needed to see on that topic. They were more confident including those complex structures that we wanted to see, especially for our higher candidates. And they were more confident with the stuff that we needed to see in every one, for the 90 word, for example. They were being exposed to that vocabulary, which ties in quite nicely to what we've heard already today. And then we had less repetition of intéressant or génial, yeah? And they had more ideas. We'd taken away that block of, I don't know where to start on this because I've never been to see a concert. I don't know where to start with this because I've never taken an aeroplane, okay? We've given them an idea. And this one I wanted to show you in particular, this one student was somebody who in year 9, when I took over this class as a trainee, head on desk, his book was primarily doodles and scribbles, and he just wouldn't engage. And I'm not saying that providing him with a model text was the only reason why he turned it around and was able to produce something like this, but I do think that he and other students like him really found this beneficial because it removed that barrier. And obviously this piece of work isn't perfect, but I think it is, well, it was definitely much improved to what I had seen previously. So my final slide is just this. This is something that I did in my new context. So all of the previous German examples with my year 11 class from last year. I've got a new year 11 French class in my new context, and we did something similar. I started introducing this a couple of weeks ago, and this is what they've managed to produce. So you can see that they are picking out those. I told them how much I loved je dirais que, and most of them started their writing with je dirais que. We learnt je suis forte en, and that's what they've managed to include. All really nice stuff, and it just tended to really work really nicely. Yeah, and I'm hopeful that it'll work for the new GCSE just as it has with the old. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing stuff there. Amazing stuff there from Sophie. I think it's just one of those things that at these events we do try as best we can to get a variety of voices out there, and just having an ECT too, especially being an ECT mentor myself, to come up and present, I think takes a lot of courage, and just a huge well done on your career trajectory so far. So awesome stuff. Just to say, obviously, don't forget your questions. Do put them in the little bit in the table in the middle. I'll come around during the break. That's coming up very soon, and collect some of those in to have a look at. Obviously, no obscenity, please. That would be not having had a phone group that were terrible at it. Obviously, I know what it's like. We have also got some lovely prizes right next to Dr. Duxfield there that we are going to be giving away at some at the end. So just cast your eyes on those. There's a little quiz question that you may have to answer in order to get your hands on them.
Don't
those.
tell them that, Adam. You're not supposed to.
Oh, we're not supposed to say that bit?
No, because that'll scare them off.
Oh.
You're actually doing it. They'll be like, I don't want to win anymore. They do.
Hey man, open book, open book. Right, so I'm going to move on before I get ousted. So coming up next, we have Dr. Polly Duxfield, who is head of MFL in a sixth form college and a teacher coach. Polly's been teaching A-level Spanish since 2018, but before that has taught Key Stage 2 classes as well, right the way up to French to A-level, and she's taught GCSE as well. And she's also worked in universities as a medieval Hispanist, which, I mean, who just doesn't love stories about Spaniards riding through Spain on a horseback with a lance and a dagger in their hand? I love it. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Duxfield right now.
Right, hi folks. I've come to talk to you about an approach that we're taking in our A-level classes to do with the translation question. Can you skip me on? Thank you. Right, so the translation question is something that often students will find quite, they find it quite difficult. They look at it and they can sometimes be a bit overwhelmed by it, often because of the way it's marked. It's quite harshly marked, I would say, at A-level. What we try to get them to do quite early on, right the way from when they start in year 12, is to see the translation as a glorified grammar test, really. So I've put a quote up there for you that is off the 2022 AQA Examiner's report that said that we should encourage them to think of it not just as vocab, but in terms of the grammatical concept that the exam board is asking us for. We find that in order for them to be able to look at a text and to think this one's asking me for a pluperfect, this one's wanting me to come up with a subjunctive, first of all, they have to have this meta language to be able to talk about this sort of stuff and to recognize it and to think, I'm looking for a pluperfect. What does that look like in English? It looks like this, or the other way around. The other thing that we find is really helpful to give them as a tool is the metacognitive language. Now, they don't come to us after year 11 often with that in place from everywhere. Some schools have obviously done it extremely well, but we've got around 200 feeder schools for the college that I work at, and they've had a very different diet depending on what sort of class they were in, whether they were in a big mixed class or just a small class of dual linguists, and it's very, very different. So we find that the first job that we have to do is to start embedding this metacognitive language in there so that it eventually makes it into their heads and they could use that for themselves. The particular reason why we really do push the translation question is it's a real differentiator on the paper, on paper 1, excuse me, I think for EdXL, I think it's on paper 2, the inter-target language. But it's really, really important. So just to contextualize it, inter-target language for AQA is 10 marks and English is 10 marks. When you put that together, that's about it's about the same as each piece of literature. It's massive, and we spend weeks and weeks on the film and weeks on the book. So this is a real skill that they have to really hone for them to do any good at it, really. Right, let's go on. So I thought what we'd do is model. I've stolen it from a lesson from June, July time at the end of year 12. So just have a look at the text. And just think, how long would it take you to translate that into your strongest teaching language? Probably not very long. Think about how many steps you would take, and then you need to look at it from the other point of view. How many steps would a novice need to take? And it's very, very easy as people that are good at a language, you've got a degree in it, or it's your native language, for us to skip steps. So it's really important for us to come back and think about it step by step. Can you spin me on? Thank you. Right, so the first thing that I'd do would be the teacher modelling part of it. So I would really model to them how I'm going to think about every single step, and I would verbalise that so that they can hear it and it gives them the language that they need. So I might have a look through and spin me one back. That's it, thank you. I would have a look through and I'd think, right, in April of this year, how would I say this? Right, here we go. But I'd be thinking about April, right, capital letter in Spanish, capital letter in English, not going to be a capital in Spanish. And then este año, I've got a masculine singular here, este, not ese, not aquel, which is my choice, colombiana, it's an adjective, it's going to have to come afterwards, I'm going to have a little C with it, all the way through to show them all of the thoughts that I'm taking, all of the decisions that I'm making. Thank you. The next step after that would be guided practice. So the bottom two questions are for the students. They would be on the slide that I was showing to them. This bit at the top, I wouldn't tell them all the nuts and bolts that I was doing. But I would ask them to, with a pair, with somebody that's around them, and I would probably have thought quite carefully about who's going to work with who, if you've got enough students in your class to have that luxury, to think about what it is that the exam board is asking from them. So I'd be expecting them to think about what do they know, and then what is the exam board looking at, where are the spicy bits. So I'd be expecting or hoping them to say something like, she had not wanted, this is going to be a subjunctive trigger, but I'm in the past, I'm going to get a big dirty imperfect subjunctive here, and that they would see that as something that's quite fun, quite meaty. I would be more interested at first in the thought processes of them spotting what it is that the exam board's looking for, rather than the language in the first instance, so that you are teaching this metacognition with something cognitive as well. But if they cannot manage both of those at first, that's okay. Focus on the metacognition first, and then the language can come. Thank you. Right, the other thing that's really nice about this is that it's developing their oracy skills. I don't know if anybody's ever looked into oracy, but there's a guy called Neil Mercer who really is the big cheese on this sort of stuff. And he says that oracy and metacognition are like two sides of the same coin, that for them to have this like metacognitive approach that's really, really useful for them, it can be really useful to develop their oracy, because this is how we can hear what's going on in their heads. He's based it on Vygotsky's work of the language and learning being absolutely unbreakably linked. The other thing that's really nice for this is that when you hear them talk it through, how are you going to approach this, or have you spotted this subjunctive trigger? If they haven't got the grammar under there, if they've still got some misconceptions or they've still got some gaps, you can hear that and you can then swoop in if it's one person, two people, or you can do a bit of a reteach if you need to. The next job that I would do would be to remove the scaffolding, so I would let them have a go at it. So I've given them the bottom sentence, I've highlighted that for them, and I've said, right, come on, in ones, let's have a go at that, and then you can talk it through with the partner and then we'll come back together. So they'd have a go at doing it independently. So if you wanted to, you could do it as an I do, we do, or I do, you and your partner do, and then you do, as individuals. And then again, I'm more interested in the thought processes first than the language. Some people will go straight to doing both. Some people will need to do the thought processes first and then the language comes second. What we're trying to do is give the students this mental like metacognitive approach that they can use to scaffold their own answers in exams. And then imagine if one day they had to use this language in real life and they had to, you know, take it outside the classroom. And who knew that actually people in Spain really do speak this, that they've got this sort of this metacognitive stuff that's within them that they can then reproduce in real life. So this really worked for us last year. Over a couple of years, we've had student voice data, which obviously is self-report and it's opinion-based, and they've said that they like this approach. This year, to see if it was just that they liked it, but there was anything to back it up, I looked at how we got on for this question. Now, when you look at the figures, you can see that for this particular cohort, they really smashed it on the translation paper. So it really did work for us. And it's made me feel definite that I'm going to go on with this approach because they like it and also it showed up in the data. Thank you. Right, so the main takeaways that I would like you to take from this is that we need to explicitly teach metacognition, and to do this, the best way to do it is to model it and to give them the language that they need to be able to do that. The EEF tell us that a really good way of doing that is that we model something, then we do some kind of guided practice, then we move on to independent work. And then the bottom one, that metacognitive stuff is best, obviously, when you teach it with some cognitive stuff that you can hang this knowledge off. But if they find that that's too much, you can reduce that cognitive load by just sort of focusing on the one, and then you can add the other one in as well. Thank you. If you want some homework, you can read this. Right, thank you.
Absolutely fantastic stuff there. I think the translation, I know my kids absolutely hate it, and to be honest with you, I used to at that stage as well. So just thinking about what's going on inside their heads is often useful, but sometimes also quite worrying. So on that note, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. So if we meet at just before 20, or at 22? Just before 22 for the final part. And obviously any questions for the panel discussion, please do just leave them in the center of the table and we'll collect those in. So thank you very much. Oh, and just one last thing, and we are going to be moving on to a little venue across the road at the end for a few drinks afterwards. If anybody's interested, can you just give us a quick show of hands? Awesome stuff. I'm a linguist, not a mathematician, so I'm not counting that.
Perfect.
Dankeschön.
Enjoy the break.
Thank you. Enjoy the break.
Not to take chances, but they'll tell you that there aren't any answers. I was starting to agree, but I woke suddenly in the path of a lightning bolt. Fortune, people talking all about fortune. Do you make it or does it just call you? In the blinking of an eye, just another passerby in the path of a lightning bolt. Everyone I see just walks the walk with grit and teeth, but I just stand by and I wait my time. They say you gotta toe the line, they want the water, not the wine. But when I see the signs, I'll jump on that lightning bolt. In silence, I was lying back gazing skyward when the moment got shattered. I remember what she said, and then she fled in the path of a lightning bolt.
You don't have my number. We don't need each other now. We don't need the city, the creed or the culture now. It's our field, love, field, love. Our field, love, field, love. Our field, streets are not pulling me down. Some people of the city,
don't have my number. We don't need each other now. The creed of the culture. We can move beyond it now. Now the wolf is knocking at my door. Banging at the floor. Stand here, stand tall. We can move beyond these walls. And I don't need your counsel. And I don't need these city streets. And I don't need that good advice. 'Cause we can move beyond it now. You don't have my number. We don't need each other now. The creed of the culture. You don't have my love, so. You don't have my number. We don't need each other now. You can't stop my hunger. You don't have my love this time. You don't have my number.
You're okay.
You don't need my number now. I don't need this in the street.
Yeah, we'll give you 5 minutes out.
sold the Amazon to show the country that you're from. It's where the world you want to be. We'll find something our people need. I'm faithless now, going every time, but I don't know how, 'cause I haven't brought you and I haven't told me that the people are dying to get on TV. I heard it lives down the river way. 6 cars in this big bed, but I really can't see I heard it lives down in somewhere. Like an angel, but it looks like me. Everybody plays a beautiful game of love in Brazil, 'cause it's all you've ever wanted, and it's all that you want still. Don't you wanna play the beautiful game of love in Brazil? I wanna play the beautiful game of love in Brazil, 'cause everybody plays the beautiful game of love in Brazil. It's all you ever wanted, and it's all that you want still. Don't you wanna play the beautiful game of love in Brazil? I heard it lives down the river somewhere. Cars and but I believe and see when it talks like an angel, but it looks like me. I heard it lives down the river somewhere. 6 cars and but I believe and see when it talks like an angel, but it looks like me. So sentimental, not sentimental, no romantic, not disgusting yet. Darling, I'm down and lonely. When with a fortune and only, I'm looking for something else. Let's go slowly discouraged. Distant from mother and just on you, baby. We can end this love for gentlemen only. That's what I'm fortunate only. No, I gotta be someone else. These days it comes, it comes, it comes, it comes, it comes and goes. Less the mania, think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended, not let it go. From a mess to the masses, less the mania, think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended, not let it go. From a mess to the masses, all on this guy stand still, discouraged. On this precious weekend, and this love for gentlemen only, wealthiest gentlemen only. But now that you're lonely, do let's but slowly discouraged. We'll burn the pictures instead. When it's all over, we can barely discuss. Oh, woman and only, not with a fortune and only. But it could have been something else. These days it comes and goes. Less the mania, think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended, not let it go. From a mess to the masses, less the mania, think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended, not let it go. From a mess to the masses. This is showtime, this is showtime, this is showtime. This is showtime, this is showtime, this is showtime.
We're going to start again in...
30 minutes. I talk for England.
Give you time to go. We've got a 5-minute
Just tell
warning.
me when I'm halfway, because then I can.
Yeah. Yep, will do.
So, which one is it? That one? That one? Let's see. Can I try? Yes.
Right, and hopefully everybody is back and that we are ready to start for our last 2 presentations. First up is Maud Werrett, who teaches humanities and languages, French, Spanish, history and geography. So a vast array of subjects. And she's going to add another one, are you?
No, actually, we dropped geography and history this year. I only focus on languages now.
And Maud's going to be talking about decolonising the curriculum with the elastic band method. Over to you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be in your lovely company. So I started decolonizing 3 years ago in lockdown because I suddenly had plenty of time on my hands, and I've been doing it since. So what is decolonizing? There's still a lot of people who wonder what I'm doing in my spare time. Well, decolonizing is changing the way you look at things. And when I mean things, I mean our history, our economy, our political structures, the way we relate to other countries, cultures, the way we relate to arts. But how do I do that in my practice as a teacher? Well, I try to show my students that we have been teaching them a certain way of seeing things and that there are other ways and other perspectives. So who started using the term decolonizing, not just for politics, meaning when a country becomes independent from an empire. So the first man who started decolonizing the mind was Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who is a Kenyan writer. Sadly, he can't live in Kenya now because it was unsafe for him. So he is now living in the United States, where he's working at university still. But I mean, he's in his 80s, so I'm sure he only teaches a few hours a week. He's a novelist, and he started writing when he was arrested for being a writer by a dictator in his own country. And he realized when he was in prison, why am I writing in English, whereas I'm Kenyan? And he managed to use the toilet paper he had in prison because it was a very thick toilet paper, and he could use it to write. So he wrote his novel in his language, in his native language, while in jail. And he started thinking about it. So the novel, the jail novel, is called Wrestling with the Devil. And then in the 80s, he published Decolonizing the Mind. So you can read more about him if you have time. There's an article there of Times of India, very interesting man. So how do we apply decolonizing in the classroom? Because it's a very vast subject. How I do it is basically I sometimes create my own resources, saying that there's more and more very good quality resources. I've seen a few today on the displays. So you don't have to create all your resources. I'm a bit nerdy, I like to do that sometimes, but I'll also sometimes cut corners and use stuff that's already made and out there. But if you want to decolonize, you need to think about who is given precedence in education. Who are we talking about all the time? Who is represented in books and lists, in bibliographies? And then you need to think, why is it the way it is? So you need to raise awareness. You need to start with yourself, because sometimes we don't realize that we're working for a system, and this system is rigged in many ways. So it's really unpeeling the layers, getting rid of all the layers to go back to the core of culture and seeing what's universal. So I'm trying to get rid of my French education, because in France I was taught about les grands hommes. So it was obviously elitist, it was middle-aged, middle-class, white men. Not just French, it was the Russian writers, it was the American novelists, but it was always very snobbish, very exclusive. There was almost no women. And let's not even mention color, skin color. So I have to really put that culture to the side and look at other ways of teaching. But when I teach with the elastic band method, which I devised, I'm very conscious that I teach children who are 56% on free school meals, who are living in an area of deprivation in North London. So I want them to have the big C culture. So I want them to know about French, because that's the language I teach, or Spanish as well. But I want them to have all this cultural capital that I got. So I want them to access it, but I also want to stretch it. So I want them to know who Victor Hugo is, because he is a very important French writer. But I also want them to see that this is great culture, but it's not the only one. There's other forms of culture. So the elastic band method is quite a visual analogy. So you just stretch knowledge. You start from what's famous, what's Eurocentric, and then you expand and you add to it. So how do I do this? Well, I always think about my students having their qualifications, because it's good for them and I want the best for them. So obviously I follow the exam board's requirements. So this is the thing we all use, but how do you apply it in a decolonized way? Well, I'm just showing you what you know and what you're confident with, but I'm showing you how you can illustrate it in a way that's more decolonized. When you have to describe a picture, you have to describe people. But do we always give them exactly what they need to describe people? I'm not sure. So this is an example. Do we mention skin color when we teach our students to describe a person? Not always. So I try to give them that opportunity. Most of my students are actually not white in my school, so it's much more needed than if you teach in Cornwall. But if you teach in Cornwall, you still also need to describe anybody. It can be a picture of Beyonce, or it can be a picture of any French artist who happens to have curly hair. So you need to teach them that vocabulary. So I'm just giving you a quick example of how you describe in a decolonized way, which is just a synonym of inclusive way. Let's not be ageist. I notice we don't often give the vocabulary for age. I know we teach teenagers, but they have family members who are a bit older. They might want to describe granddad. So let's give them the opportunity. Let's give them the chance to describe someone who is a little bit different. And also, when I talk about decolonizing, I don't talk about my own ethnicity. It's all the people and all the colors and all the background. So I also give vocabulary for students who are from Asia, because it's important for them to be able to describe what they look like. I'm very aware that some people disagree with some of the terms, and I think it's great. We shouldn't always agree. We should always have a debate. So some people don't like saying les yeux en amande. Some people prefer les yeux bridés. Whatever you use, you need to justify that you've looked into it, you've read online, and you try to give something that's objective. There will always be someone who comes in and says, I don't think we should use that term, and that's fine. But if you've made a decision, you can also back it up by saying, I've talked to other people and they are happy with the term. I had that particular example. I was describing hair. I'll get back to it when we get to the slide about hair. So you can apply this elastic method in your teaching. You just have to make sure you create resources, or you use resources that are inclusive, and that you stay practical. Don't be shy. Don't just say, oh, I'm not really confident in tackling the issue of race. We are all here. We are educators. We need some time to take risks. It's okay if it backfires. You can always apologize if someone feels offended. The thing is to start a debate, because too often we don't want to talk about it, and then we pretend we all look the same. So the first steps are obviously having a decolonized classroom. So my classroom looks a bit like this. I have books written by people who are not middle class, white, and Europeans. I have fabrics. I have pictures of people who are French speakers but come from very different backgrounds. I have DVDs, films. DVDs are so old school on there. So I put DVDs there on the slide, but posters, let's say. I also have these books, so whenever a student is done with their work, or they can't really concentrate on what we're doing, they have access to my own book little bookstore in my classroom. So these are pictures of the display I've used this year. As you can see, it's quite colorful. There's people from all walks of life, all ethnicity. There's Angelica Das, the Humane Project pictures. And I try to give whatever GCSE class needs, such as a grammar display, but with illustration that are a bit more inclusive. I also did one display on Haiti because I want to teach my students of all the places where people speak French, and I also want to raise some very difficult questions about France as an empire, and also the consequences, the economic consequences of colonization and slavery. So I did a display on Haiti. I might do another one next year. Last year it was about Josephine Baker, for instance, so I change every year. We've had Afro Hair Day in September. You can prepare it for next year if you want to. So I'll get to my hair issue that I had this year. So I use this to show my students how to describe their hair, because we have very, very different hairstyles. And as you can see, I amended. This is a classification that was made by an African-American hairstylist in the 90s. And he used the word kinky for the 4A type of hair. And I shared my slides this year to some of my colleagues and told them it's going to be Afro Hair Day. You might want to show it to our students. And I had one colleague who said, you can't use the word kinky because it's got negative connotations. And I said, well, this is something that was made by an African-American hairstylist. So I'll check. So I looked into it. I saw that African-American women use the word kinky when they talk about their hair. I asked an African-American teacher we have who's got curly hair, and she said she had absolutely no issue with kinky. But if another member of staff had an issue with kinky, I was happy to debate and accept it. So we changed it to coily, and you see my typo, my font is not the correct sizing. So I'm happy to change slides. I think whenever we talk about appearances, some people get really emotional, and it's fine. Don't be shy about it. The good thing about this event is that we had a debate, and I amended my slides, so all was well. You can have an EAL space. We have more and more EAL students. They need to feel welcome, have a world poster, ask them where they're from. If you have Afghani students, you're going to see all the countries they've crossed, all the languages they've learned on the way. Please celebrate it. Ask them, how do you say this in German and in Italian? And if you have students who had to cross Italy to come to England, encourage them to do their GCSE in Italian. I have a student from Somalia who's doing his GCSE in Italian this year, with French as well, a high achiever. So please build on that EAL because it's really important, and they feel like they belong and you're on their side. Obviously, don't just do it in the MFL because you'll feel a bit lonely. We're only 3 in my department. Ask the history team if they can. Sometimes you'll get help from the food team, and there's always someone who wants to help, so don't be shy and ask to decolonize together. Now, I'm going to whiz through that. I just want to show you an example of what I do in my lessons. I love arts, I love dance, and I tried to mix it all up with decolonizing, and I shook it, and this is what it looked like. So I start with the big C, French classical composer Camille Saint-Saëns. Then I go a little bit away to Russia with the ballerina Anna Pavlova. Everybody's familiar with the pudding, but did you know it was named after a ballerina? And then I go via China and America with Yo-Yo Ma, who is a very famous cellist. And then for my students, because they'll feel maybe more closeness with Lil Buck than with Camille Saint-Saëns, we talk about dance. So you can do lots of activities on dates, numbers, professions. You can do grammatical structures. You can do the adjectives in and eus. You could use these slides for a whole term, just differently, with all the grammar points you need to go through. And you can recycle them a lot. And in the end, you just ask the students, what was the the common frame or the common link between all these people. And they're artists, they're from all over the world, they usually gained excellence in their field, and they're all unique and they all work together. And at the end, I'll show you a video to prove it. So the elastic band method is about this. Get inspired by what you like. I like dance, I like music, I use it. Reach out, don't just be stuck with French culture. You can add to it Russian culture, Chinese culture. It doesn't have to stop at the boundary that is recommended by the Ofqual or Ofsted or whatever you have to deal with. So use it just the same way you use everything. Do cognate search, dictionary race, all the games we all do. MFL teachers, we do games all the time. We can do reading, comprehension. Just use texts that are authentic. That's one thing I do like, is authenticity. In the end, I can share it. It's my active vision calendars, activities and visions. So basically for each month, you can talk about a decolonized theme. So you have Black History Month, obviously. But you have Josephine Baker's when her ashes were put in the Pantheon. So that's in November. In December, you can do a decolonized Christmas. In January, please talk about the three kings and the Galette des Rois, but also mention that one of the kings was Black, because not many people know that. Mardi Gras, you can decide to talk about it in New Orleans, talk about how New Orleans is and that there's still 100,000 people who speak French there, a very accented French, lovely French, a little bit like in Canada with some. Sometimes I need subtitles to understand it myself. So you can do decolonized calendar, but you also need to think about how to link it to the country you live in. And every child is very aware of who Rosa Parks is and all these, and Martin Luther King, and they don't know that in Bristol there was a boycott to make to hire drivers of color. So we need to teach that in America there was a civil rights, but in England we had to do the same. It was not just an American thing. So you can find an activity for each month if you look for it. Now, I'm gonna, again, whiz through. This is about dialects. When I was a teenager, we looked down on dialects because, France is not the most progressive country. And it's only after I traveled that I realized that it was good to teach different dialects. So there's that lovely song, Dodo la Minette. You could play a recording of it to your students and ask them, which language is it? Because it sounds French, but it's very different. And then you can show them the translation. You can play with dialects and meanings and diversity in language. So again, history, because I have a license in history and I love history, I use it a lot in my lessons. The story of vanilla is the story of colonialism and the story of slavery. We don't know that, but the person who found a way to pollinate vanilla was actually a slave, and he didn't get enough recognition. Edmund Albius, we don't even know if he was freed when he found that way of making the orchid more easy to grow. So we owe so much financially and culturally to many people, and we don't mention their names. So decolonizing is this. It's having a display about Edmund Albius and making sure he's well known for what he did. How do I do it in my school? Well, I ask everybody to get involved because otherwise I'd feel lonely. So I ask parents and family members to record themselves speaking in their mother tongue. I call it the listening project because I do like Radio 4, so I get inspired. I had students, the lovely E in year 9, who recorded herself speaking her mother tongue, and I also had a colleague, Mr. Raf, who was reading a poem in Bengali. So you will find people who are happy to help in your school and who can just show their love for languages. It doesn't have to be French, it doesn't have to be German. It can be Arabic, it can be Mandarin, it can be all the languages that are spoken. Now, because I'm French though, I do love food. So we did a French cook. I'm not a French cook, the immigrant cookbook. So all my students had to bring a recipe. They could do it in English because, I wanted to be inclusive. So if I had students who did Spanish or French. They could just do it in English if they wanted. Some did translate it. I was happy with it. So if you look at the work they did, so there was banana and rice, there was baklava, lemon drizzle, jerk chicken, all their recipes. And it's a shame they didn't bring samples for me, but at least they did it. Diversity in sports as well. You can decolonize sports. There's going to be the Olympic Games in Paris in 2024. What resources do you choose? The Olympic Games are by definition an empire game. You know, it was the Greek Empire, and now, 2,000 years on, we still have a lack of diversity in sports. I show you the International Olympics Committee board there. I think there's one person who doesn't look European, more or less, and lots of men. They're all sports people, though, at least. But yeah, diversity is not always. You can see that diversity is a big issue in sports. Is sport a unifying force to bring countries and ethnicities together? That could be a question for PSHCE or a debate. Again, go through the resources, but also, if you can, teach your students that we've had politics in sports, and we are told not to teach politics at school, but we should, because education is a political act. So please teach your students that. I'm giving you also examples of how the Olympic Games affect people who live in the banlieue. There used to be gardens, allotments there, and now it's been raised down, and it's going to be used for an Olympic center, for an aquatic center, which is great, but the price is going to go from €5 to maybe €15. And we know the people who live around won't be able to afford this. So there's issues when you celebrate Olympic Games and you don't mention everybody's experience of it. Again, when you talk about the Olympic Games in the coming months, you can do all the normal activities you do in class, ping pong reading, chef d'orchestre, etc. But we don't have to just focus on the sports. We can also talk about the people who are sports persons. And these people have to go through a lot of hardships, particularly when they don't have a sponsor, particularly when they're women. So choose positive role models when you mention the Olympic Games. For instance, Maria Behi, who is a Navajo boxer, so indigenous person living in the States. There's the Brazilian skateboarder, Raisa Lille. It's not easy to be a teenage girl in the world of sports. So definitely they need a lot of light shown onto them. So I'm just gonna advise you to have a look at the slides in your own time. But I like that quote. It's going to be in Australia, the next Olympic Games. And we know that Aborigines still haven't got access to the land they used to live in. So we need to also raise awareness when we're teachers. I'm just going to quote Ruby Wharton. This is an opportunity for the nation to truly decolonize and decentralize colonial values within an international sporting arena. So Olympic Games are great for encouraging healthy diets, exercising, but we also need to teach the students that there is a dark side to Olympic Games, the land that's used, but also the way athletes are treated when they're from minorities, and we shouldn't shy away from these aspects of the Games. I'm not alone in decolonizing. There's lots of great people who are doing it, so please don't think it's just a one-person show. There's lots and lots of resources online. Eleanor Shettle-Colley does great arts if you are an arts teacher, or if you can include it in your lesson. She did that with her students, and then she asked for a Zoom with Anaïs Verspon, who is an artist from Guadeloupe. So you can really create and build connection. Don't work on your own. Reach out. You will find amazing people there to help you. I'm happy to help. Just contact me if you need to. But there's also lots and lots of people interested in decolonizing. I do lots of podcasts. You can listen to them. There's lots of resources. I really recommend Lilian Thuram, White Thinking. He basically expressed all the things I had been thinking over years on my own, and he put it in a book. So I think it's really, really useful if you can read it. And of course, all the other writers there, Christiane Taubira, L'esclavage raconté à ma fille, great book about slavery. This is all for me. Before I leave you, I would like to show you the video that is at the end of that long sequence I did about dance, including different people from Russia, America, and China. So I'm just going to let you enjoy that moment.
Well, let's see if we can get it to play.
If it works.
Maybe you talk while I try and figure that out.
While Tom's trying to see if we can get the technology to work on that video, fingers crossed it will work. If you've got any more questions, please can you let Adam or I know. It would also be brilliant if you could let us know if you've got any feedback on the venue, on the event, on the presentations that we've had today, any feedback. I know we're still in this event, but Adam and I are starting to plan the next event already. We've got a few ideas of our own, of location and things like that, that we're thinking of. But if you have got any suggestions, any locations that you would like for us to think about, or anything you want us to bear in mind while we're planning those events, please let us know, and we will do our best to do that. In terms of thank you once again to our sponsors, Pearson and Oxford University Press, for sponsoring the event today. And don't forget those of us who are going off for a drink afterwards. It will be Adam and I are going to take everyone off for a drink afterwards. So, and leave Tom and Seema to do the packing away. So we're going to go and take everyone for a drink. So we'll gather in the foyer out there, and then we'll make sure we've got everyone once. I think we counted, well, I counted 12, Tom counted 16. So please make sure that we've got the right number of people going, first of all, and then once we know how many people go, and we'll make sure everyone's there and no one gets left behind. Yeah, that might be helpful. Can we just do another show of hands just because Tom and I can't count? Oh, that seems more now as well.
Yeah, so just in case everyone's thinking of having like a quadruple tequila with whatever, we're gonna put a little cap of about £6 per drink, because you know you can't trust teachers. So yeah, I think 15. Yeah, so definitely come over, it'd be great. It's a really nice bar, so it'd be brilliant. Hannah and Adam are going to sort of lead everybody over literally as soon as we finish, which will be great. I'll try and play this now, see if it works. This is called playing sound through one machine and video through another one. It's amazing. Everyone give a clap. It wasn't me dancing, but it was nice. Okay.
I was looking for you then, Connor, and I couldn't find you. Panic set in then. Next up is our final Teach Meet. So thank you, Connor, for waiting all day till the end to present. Connor O'Boyle is head of French at a large secondary school in Nottinghamshire, and he also teaches Spanish. He has 6 years teaching experience in a variety of schools, and he's going to be talking to us today about reading in modern foreign language lessons. Over to you, Connor.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's great to be here. I'm sure it's been a fantastic day. I've written so much. It's got so many great ideas. And actually, a lot of what I'm going to say, because a lot of what I'm going to say sort of ties into some of the other speakers. And there's one thing actually in particular that ties into another speaker, though it's not really MFL related, which is obviously, as you can probably hear and tell from my name, I'm also from Northern Ireland. And when James was talking about Carrickfergus Grammar School, he mentioned there's a beautiful view over Belfast Lough, because if you look out from Carrickfergus where James works, or Belfast Lough, you can see Bangor, where I grew up, which I imagine the beautiful view you can see from his school. But it's great to be asked to speak alongside some people like basically the Mount Rushmore of MFL, people like Sylvia and Helen as well, that I've seen. Actually, my students know you as well, because I don't know if you're aware, Helen plugs her YouTube channel. If you scroll, have to scroll a good bit back now, but if you scroll back, Helen's done a great version of Avoir to the tune of Pink Panther. And so we all listen to that, so they can listen to Helen's beautiful singing voice rather than mine. It always goes on very, very well. So I'd recommend that when you're teaching Avoir. But I'm going to talk to you about something that we introduced in my school a couple of years ago, a short story. And actually, if you're here, I've given you a copy of it. You can actually, I printed them out. Don't tell my school. I printed them all. And actually, I think I have enough. If there's not enough, I have a couple left over. If you didn't get one, feel free to take it home. If you are watching online, there's a link, I think, on my, I still have the Twitter logo. I'm still going to call it Twitter. The Twitter logo, there's a link on my profile to the Google Drive where I have the resources, and I'll put a link on the end. If you want a copy to edit or to have a look at the lessons that go along with it. Because in my school a year or two ago, we've had a real push on reading in all the subject areas. And to be honest, initially when that was introduced, I was a little bit skeptical. I initially was a little bit worried that reading in the target language would be quite hard, especially at Key Stage 3 and for beginner language learners. But actually, we have. I initially I had a little bit of time last couple of weeks with some Year 9s. And we did a little bit of work on Tintin, and it worked. I told them, I was completely upfront with them. I was like, I'm going to try this. It might not work. It might be quite hard. It might be not that fun. But it worked really, really well. They really enjoyed it. They were able to understand authentic. I didn't adapt it at all. They were able to understand it with a little bit of help and modeling really, really well. And so then the next year, I brought in this story, which we actually do right at the start of Year 7. And there were sort of a few principles why I wanted to have a look at that just on the next slide. So sorry, this is what the story looks like, and people have their booklet and they can annotate it. But I wanted to talk about why we brought that in to improve pupils' reading skills and their ability to, even though obviously a lot of the time people see things, if it's all in the target language, they get really, really overwhelmed. They feel like they can't do it. What I often say, I'll come later on to how we actually do it, but what I often say is, when we're going through this, some of you might be able to understand every single word, and that's brilliant, or be able to work out exactly what it's saying. Some of you might just be able to pick out a couple of words that look like the English. Either way, that's all right. Just try and get as much as you can. So we wanted to promote that, promote people's resilience with that, expose them to unfamiliar text. It ties into our phonics focus. And I think really importantly, the pupils really enjoy it. And so the last point for the love of learning, I think is really, really key in terms of why we do it. So we have this short story that the way it works, and obviously you may want to do exactly the same thing. You may want to adapt it. The way we do it is they have this little booklet, and it goes into the back of their books. And in the first term, when you're doing things like numbers in the alphabet, that maybe after a little while it's sort of hard to keep stretching that out. It just sort of fits in the last 15-20 minutes of not every lesson, but just every 2 lessons actually. It's a struggle to fit it in every 2 lessons with other things and routines and that sort of thing. But roughly over the first term, it doesn't really matter too much when it fits in, but it roughly does fit in because it starts off with descriptions, lots of cognates, and it also ties in to our weekly phonics. I actually spoke in an online event. Oh, this has come out a little bit all over the place. You can sort of see anyway. I spoke in our online event a while ago. We have a weekly focus on the phonics. So, for example, when we're doing numbers, we focus on the sound wa, and that ties in. I've actually realised that that this one. Again, sorry, I think I've messed up the formatting here, but this one actually I've not got a great example because this one is silent final consonant, which is another phonic that we teach. So when we're doing that in the lessons, then that ties into the stories. All of these words are on the first couple of pages of the story, and we do a little bit of dictation as well. You can see on every page, on the left-hand page, there's a folie de phonétique on this. So one of the things we do before we read is just a little bit of dictation to get them used to, as somebody was saying, I can't remember who, I think it was Sylvia, converting what they hear to the words that they see, and that works quite well. So just very, very briefly, in terms of how it actually works, I think actually the key thing here, what has made or what was the past tense of make or break? Made or braid, moke or broke, make or break in the past. What has been the making or breaking of this story is the preparation and the planning, the bit beforehand, rather than the actual rather than the reading it itself. So I've thought very carefully. This story, I didn't, write it myself. I'm not that creative, but I did adapt it quite a lot. So there are a couple of words, like, for example, bet, that I replaced with stupide, just to make it a little bit more accessible for them. And even having done that, there were a few words where, again, I don't know if it was Isabel talking about the importance of knowing vocabulary. So there are a few words that even, the best pupils, you'd never guess, for example, that petit déjeuner that comes up at the start of the story means breakfast unless you'd seen that before. So a really key thing before we start is pre-teaching the vocabulary. When pupils are, we use Memrise for homework, and if pupils are learning the whatever it might happen to be that week, the numbers that we've done in the lesson, we'd also give them those 5 words from each page as a bonus set of words to learn, which tie into the story. So we have some words that are difficult to work out initially, then some words to match up, words that they might be able to work out with a little bit of help, like complètement, meaning completely. I've spoken about the phonics, and then we move on to the story. I read it first, they think about it, but I think what's really, really key is as we go through it, the questioning. So, for example, one of the things I do at the very, very start, it says, ses amis l'appellent petit poulet. So we pick out the word appel, and, what does that remind you of? Let's think of je m'appelle. What could that mean? And we're sort of able to get there with a little bit of help, that it means, his friends call him, his name is Petit Poulet, that sort of thing. So I suppose, in general, the key bits are the modeling of the strategies, and that's what we want pupils to take from it, the strategies they can use maybe later on at GCSE as they come across unfamiliar vocabulary in French, that are sort of that they're helped with through questioning, through the links that we've made explicit, rather than expecting pupils to guess. And so it's worked really, really well. And as I say, if you want to take a copy of that story home, and use that and adapt it, go ahead. But hopefully you can see from the approach, the way we've made it work, and so you can see the principles that could apply to lots of different things for stories across your curriculum, if you're interested in including that, because I'd really recommend it. So here's some details about how to contact me, and as I said, a link there to where you can get copies of the resources and the lessons, if you want your own copy. So thank you for listening, and that's me.
Thank you, Connor, and thank you for sharing that resource with us today. We're going to go on to our panel discussion now. So can any of our presenters, we've got 4 microphones, can any of our presenters who are willing to answer questions, or have you, Adam, you've written the questions down, how are you doing it? I was going to say, just because the live stream they're not going to see, so they need to stand here. Can I ask presenters who are willing to participate in the Q&A discussion now, can you come up to the front and just collate here? And then in turn, we'll ask you to come up to the lectern and speak. Otherwise, the people on the live stream won't see us. We'll just pass the mic, and if you can all share the mics. Sure.
If you can all face
can Adam
that
have
way,
one?
if you, yeah.
That one. I'll have this one. Can we disconnect this one? Have you got the first question?
I have got questions.
Oh, no. Can we turn that mic on? Just check the mics.
I think
Just test the mics for me.
Testing. Yeah, that one worked.
If you switch it on,
Testing. Yeah.
you need to hold it though, because
Someone's going to have to hold it. Go on, Ruth. I've volunteered, Ruth. Right, Adam's got the first question.
I am ready. So, I think we might have to separate ourselves out a little bit just to make sure for the thing. So the first thing, it comes from the table at the front, and it is regarding go further this way. There we go. I'll just stand in the corner. Right. So the first question is, what do you think will be the impacts for the top end with the new GCSE? Because it seems to be a lot about scooping up the bottom end, and that was taken from the table just on the left-hand side there. So I don't know if anybody wants to jump in there. So looking at stretching the top end of students, what do we think the impact could be? I don't know if anybody wants to start there. Helen, yeah?
Is that working like that?
Just use mine. Right, here we go. It's a good job I'm a runner.
Just stand there, that's right. So it's really, is that the question is that you don't think it's necessarily going to be as challenging for the more able, is that your question? Oh, that is a different question, isn't it? Because I was going to say, when it comes to the actual exam, as I said, I don't think it's going to be very different. And I think when you look at it, it's not going to be too damaging for them not to do the subjunctive, although I understand that in Northern Ireland you're doing it in year 7, but I was just thinking about, you know, it's not going to really be something which is going to be a problem. There'll be enough to discriminate, I think. I think I do understand people's concern about the jump to A level. My own feeling is that the jump is ridiculous anyway. You know, so almost, and when you have got them at A level, you've got them for 2 years. So this might not be a popular thing to say, but when I've got my small A level class, even if they have perhaps scraped a 6 or a 7, or, you know, even with a 7, I do find that if you've got someone who's chosen to do French at A level, actually by the end of the lower 6, they manage to catch up. And it's the same argument that I would give to university professors who sometimes will, say, well, we need to have them at a certain standard. And I think you're actually going to have them for 3 years if someone's already, keen about it. So I think overall, I would say I've always been thinking that the demands of GCSE have been much too great. I've had a job as an assistant head in a school where I've gone in and watched other subject areas and thought the demands that we have for our GCSE, and the A level as well, when you go in and basically you're doing a psychology lesson, a sociology lesson, a geography lesson, history lesson when you're doing the occupation in France, the demand is very great. So as a languages teacher, I'm not going to be arguing, we ought to be making it more demanding so that they can do well at A level. Is that, anybody else has got any? No, I don't think there's an A-level reform plan to be followed, and I think this is something that everybody's aware of, because it's only quite recently that you've had the ALCAB group who have reformed the A-level. I don't believe there was a teacher on that board, because the idea has been it's the universities who are deciding what it's for. So I suppose one thing one might think, who knows what's going to happen in the future with A-levels. You know, for a long time, I think people have felt that A levels tend to be the thing that everybody's going towards. So you're always going towards those people who are going to university. So I don't think it's a bad thing to be thinking about other things that might happen afterwards. Is that all right?
Perfect, thank you. Next question is for you, Isabel. In terms of vocabulary learning, you gave us lots of ideas of different activities. Which would be your favourite or your go-to activity for lessons in terms of vocabulary learning?
I will stand here, yes. I would say not learn lots of nouns in isolation. It's really important that we really prioritize verbs and also prioritize morphology so that they understand that by knowing one root word, they can actually understand a lot more words. It's not so heavy on the cognitive load. That's why.
Thank you very much, Isabel. I think one thing, I don't know about anybody else who teaches A level, but I think when you give them words, nouns, it's always good to tease out the verb from them at the same time and just to make sure that they anchor, see that word family as well. Alex Quigley's work's fantastic from that. In terms of any other questions from the audience, any others? One more, and then I'll do a David Dimbleby and run around the hall.
The last question is, how, with the changes to the GCSE, how, as teachers, will we maintain uptake at GCSE and A level?
I actually think going back to the very first question about will it kind of affect those doing A level, I actually think it'll be the opposite to maybe what you're thinking of, and that because it makes it more accessible to pupils, it makes it more attainable for them, that actually the passion and the love of learning a language will mean that more pupils, or I hope it would mean that more pupils would pick it. Because if you think now, if I think of my current year 10s who've just started their GCSE journey, I think that they are, the last cohort to go out on the current GCSE. I think we'll have less of them going on to do A level, but more of the 7s, 8s, and 9s going on to do A level because they find it more accessible from the very beginning. And I think earlier, I'm sure it was James said about the curriculum starting in year 7. That's something that I'm really passionate about. And I think if you start your kind of A level journey in year 7, speak to your pupils as if they are going to do A level in the future, as opposed to when you're going to do it, it becomes kind of integral to their everyday language learning. So I'm hoping it will mean a bigger uptake in the future. Don't know if any other teachers would agree.
I've just noticed that James Maxwell, you didn't come to the front and you were nodding at that. And the point that I was going to make was, when it comes to uptake, the absolute ideal is for us all to get on this business about grading, because this exam is not going to make more people have 7, 8, and 9. But really, the things that you're describing, the way that all these people are talking, you can see that people will want to be doing languages. That you're already on the front foot. The way that you are, but that's not enough. You need your senior leaders like James Maxwell to be behind you. So that's where it's ever so important to find out where are the schools where they are managing to persuade people to do it, and how can you persuade them that actually, okay, we do know that it might affect the results, the overall results, but we've got to go beyond that. I do excuse head teachers if they're in a school where they know that if they're going to get a lower overall progress 8, they might get taken over. I can totally understand a head teacher saying, look, I'm really sorry, it really is too much of a risk. And there's no doubt about it that for schools where perhaps you've got a higher level intake, you're not running such a risk. That's something, just being aware of that. But the more that we can get that message across to people to say, look, this is the reality of the situation. Please don't penalise your departments by not offering the subject. It doesn't mean necessarily that the children are not as good as languages. It doesn't mean that your teachers are not as good at teaching. There really is this fundamental problem, which I know I go on and on about it, but I think we've just got to be honest about it.
I know this isn't really what I was talking about, but I just think I think actually I agree with what we're saying about the fact that I think this new GCSE could be really helpful in terms of actually increasing pupils. I think I don't know if it was you, Helen, or one of the sponsors talking about the focus on communication in the new GCSE. I'm actually tutoring a pupil in year 13, a different school. He got grade 9 at GCSE. He's really, really bright, but he actually he struggles to sort of string sentences together a lot of the time. I don't know if when at GCSE he sort of learned his conversation answers off. I definitely remember when I started teaching A-level pupils who had done the old GCSE in the controlled assessment, who really, really struggled to actually speak because they didn't really have to on the spot. So I think things like that, and even I'll be honest, I'm a little bit tactical, especially when it gets to year 11 and the end of year 11, a little bit tactical with how I teach in terms of strategies if they don't understand a bullet point or an instruction in a role play, and if it says blah, 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 word you never heard of, opinion, then you just say, j'aime le word from the bullet point, car say cool, or whatever. Je déteste le blah, 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 car say nul, or whatever. And then, even if you don't know what it means, they have to give you the mark. And I realize that is not in the spirit of the qualification, but it is the sort of thing that gets pupils marks, and that's what we're judged on. So the point is that if the bullet points and the rubrics are in English, then it will mean it all goes back to the same thing about pupils having to communicate more rather than having to learn strategies to deal with the pitfalls and the tricks and the difficulties of exams, rather than sort of coping strategies, using their actual language. So hopefully it'll help. I'm encouraged anyway by the changes.
Perfect, thank you. I think that's it for questions. Am I right, Adam? You're going to ask one? Go on.
Because I love a good question. My question more than anything else is, I think it was Vincent Everett put this on Twitter the other day about whether we'd be in favour of more an MFL specific A-level, or whether we would be interested in something more, I don't know how to put it, not vocational, but practical in terms of use of language. Would that potentially be a solution, do you think? And another thing is, how do we fight that battle against STEM at A-level in particular? Because it's one that I lose out to every single year. Even though I've got a cohort of 18 Spaniards this year, it's still something that I lose the best linguists to, because they want to become doctors, nurses, lawyers, whatever, and MFL is not on their agenda, or they don't think it can be. Maud, I'm going to hand over to you first, and then to Sylvia.
I would say what I say to my students: don't pay tuition fees in the UK. Get yourself some language skills and go and study somewhere else. It doesn't have to be in Europe. So if you want to be a doctor, you can go to Belgium. I think it's only 5 or 6 years compared to 7 or 8 in France and the UK. So language skills might save you from lots of student debt, and they'll listen to that, I think.
I would also say it depends really on the awareness within the schools and the senior leadership team, but also the whole community, to show that you can be a doctor and have language skills, and that it opens you opportunities, especially with STEM. Now, David Binns, often says that they get lots of applications with STEM, but they are just like everybody else's application. But if you have STEM and language, it's something more desirable. But that's, I think, it's an issue of national issue, really, raising the awareness, because when we compare it to our European counterparts, often studying a language is connected with your employability, where maybe here, being foreign myself, studying a language is like, well, I'm going to go on holiday to Spain, I'm going to go on holiday to such and such country, that's why I want to learn a language, So showing our students that actually having a language, it is something desirable. It's a skill which is really lacking in the UK. We're getting people from abroad coming to work here because we don't have the native, the language skills really to employ our own people. So I think that's a national issue, and how to break it across, within the schools and within the culture of the country, I would say. So, yeah.
Anybody else? Come on, Sophie.
This was actually something that Katie and I were discussing on the way here, because she's got some A-level students who want to drop because they're doing maths, English, science, and they've got their German alongside. But I think it's about promoting to them the skills that they are learning with their language that are really go alongside everything else that they're doing. It's the pattern spotting and the logic and the problem solving that actually is really, like you say, it's an employability skill as much as anything else. And it looks great on their UCAS applications, whatever they go on to do in the future, and they can do it in lots of different places once they've got a language skill as well. So I think it's selling those skills, those sort of soft skills, as well as the language that they're actually learning.
Anyone else?
Like I've got a colleague who, for example, trained first as a lawyer. She had her law degree alongside in German. She actually worked for a law company, you know, and international law. But our students don't realize that. They just think, well, I have to be a teacher, I have to be a translator, interpreter. It's just this kind of lack of awareness that, yeah, it's a, well, you want to be a teacher in German, your starting salary is going to be 60,000 euros as a new qualified teacher, you know. So it's also kind of awareness that the languages are skills broader than just, you know, beyond the classroom.
Perfect. Oh, I was going to say quickly,
Just very quickly, just I would warn about this notion that somehow vocational is going to be the answer, or that it's easier. At the age that I am, I've been through all of these things, and I went through the time when we had the vocational, and to be honest, vocational is a formal level of language. So in fact, the tasks that they have to do are very much higher because you've got to know that formality. Plus the fact I didn't find that children were necessarily not wanting to do languages because I want to be a bricklayer, so I want to learn how to say, pass me the brick. You know, that actually is not the thing which motivates them. You can go into really good classes of any subject area, and sometimes a geography teacher doing something about volcanoes, they're not likely to be in a situation of having to be asked, how did this happen, what are you going to do? Well, it'd be obvious what you do if it started, but you know, I think sometimes we're too much on this idea. We've been told, oh, languages is not really useful, and how are they going to use it? And I think we've got to argue against that actually languages is something you really will, you know, if you have any sort of aspiration for traveling, just getting on a boat or something, whatever language it is, you're more likely to need that than explain the formation of an oxbow lake. So.
Thank you. Can I just ask everyone to give a big round of applause to all of our presenters today? Thank you, everyone. They've volunteered their time today to attend the event, all the preparation that goes into planning the presentations, getting all the resources together, and they are all here as volunteers to speak at this event to ensure it is free. So thank you very much for everything you've done to make today possible for everyone. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Tom and Adam for the last bit. Over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, I need my mobile phone. I've just realised. Right, do you want to do it and I'll pick a question? Yeah. Oh, right. I've got my questions. We're there. Roving reporter. Challenge Lammy, not challenge Annika. Here we go. Right, here we go. Spin the wheel, Tom. Where's Cam? Over here.
So some of these on the wheel might not be here, so we can just, if you're not in the room, you get nothing. If you're in the room, then we'll just remove anything. So let's go.
Right, here we go.
Oh, wait, yeah, come on.
Got to be in it to win it. So, which country has the most number of languages spoken on its territory? Is it A, India, B, Canada, or C, Russia?
Go on, read the question again.
Which country has the most number of languages spoken on its territory? Is it A, India, B, Canada, or C, Russia? It is Russia, but you shouldn't have the prize anyway. Fantastic. So we'll get you a prize. What should we go for? You come and pick. Come on down. There we go. Ready for the next? Yeah, be nice. Got to be in it to win it. Woohoo. Right, ready for the next one? Spin it. And we're doing this because we all know Esmeralda loves a wheel. That's why we're doing it. I don't think, is Hillary here? I don't think Hillary's here. Nope. Spin again. go. Justine? Can you just go for it's great, isn't it? Liv? No. I think we're just gonna have to pick. Yeah. Oh, come on. Anna's here. There we go. Yay. You what? Yeah. So, here we go. Which of these languages has its own alphabet? Is it A, Quechua, B, Armenian, or is it C, Icelandic? Quechua, Armenian, or Icelandic? It is, in fact, Armenian. But come on, don't you have a prize anyway? Hannah Shakespeare, you are here. Yes. Well, hey, right, here we go. Now, no interruptions from Miss Barstow, because I know she'll know the answer from this one. Right, Krasny means beautiful in Czech and Slovak, I believe. But what does it mean in Russian? Is it beautiful, awful, or red? Krasny means beautiful in Czech, but does it mean beautiful, awful, or red in Russian? It means red, to do with the Red Army. There you go. Come on down, you got a prize. How many have we got left? We've got loads. Dina? Just click one quickly. Catherine? No. I might just click one in a minute. Marie? You're here. Fantastic. Right. Here we go. Right. Let's go for... we'll go for a nice one. Right. Which is the odd one out? Is it A, Latin, B, Romance, C, Slavic, or D, Germanic? It is, I'll read them again, because I think some people wanted it done again. Latin, Romance, Slavic, or Germanic? It is. Well, it could be anyone, couldn't it, really? But I was thinking Latin because it's the one that's language, the other one, our word. Teaching standard 3, I don't know how I got through. Latin's the language, Germanic, and the others are all language, families of languages. So they are the root. But come on down, get a prize. Another one? Aye. Sarah Hayes, are you here? Yes, right. Now, what percentage of the world is bilingual or plurilingual? Is it 30, 50, or 70%? There you go. You're absolutely right. First one, round of applause. Come on down. Who's going next? Lauren? I don't think Lauren's going next. This next one's a good one. Who is it? Elizabeth? Right. Elizabeth. She's here, man. Hold on. Honestly, jumping the gun. Right. So, which language is the smallest in the EU in terms of speakers that speak that language? Is it, Geordie, there's not many of us. Is it A, Maltese, B, Czech, or C, Luxembourgish? So your options are Maltese, Czech, or Luxembourgish. It is Maltese. Well done. Come on down. Right, this is the last question that I came up with. It's just like lockdown again. Judith Lawson, are you here? Judith. Right, which one of these facts about the Turkish language is true? Is it that Turkish uses definite articles? Is it that Turkish is a gendered language, or is it that there are no irregular verbs in Turkish? So, does Turkish have definite articles? Is it that there are no irregular verbs in Turkish, or is Turkish a gendered language? Which one is true? You're absolutely right. There's no irregular verbs. Come on down. Right, Tom, I don't know how you want to do the rest of this because I'm out of questions, out of steam.
Do you know what we're going to do? The speakers who've come, if you want a limited, we've got 5 mugs left. So speakers, if you want a limited edition, the 2 in the box is the Teachers Talk Radio, the other 3 are Teach Me Icons. In fact, every speaker can have a mug because I've got spares in there. So we're going to give every speaker a nice mug. Now, Hannah and Adam are going to take everybody in a moment over to the bar, which is literally just to the left there for all of the pursuits. Hannah, do you want to say anything before we do
Yeah. Something that I forgot to say earlier on was thank you to all of you for giving up your Saturday. I thanked our presenters, but you've also given up your Saturday to come and complete 5 hours of CPD. And it's, as the nights are starting to get darker and shorter, it's a challenging time of year, so thank you. And I hope you've taken away lots of different ideas from today. It's been great having conversations with you throughout the event. And thank you very much. And thank you to Tom and Adam for everything they've done to help plan this event.
And I would say as well, Hannah's been like an absolute voice of reason during the whole process. Hannah, I just turn up, crack a few jokes, and that's my gig. But Hannah's the one that does the planning because, I mean, sometimes it's just like a whirlwind. So just a huge thank you to Hannah. Esmeralda, who can't be here, unfortunately, today. Obviously, we send our love to Esmeralda, and obviously to Tom and to Steph, and to also a person who doesn't get a shout out very often, Nathan, who does the amazing graphics. Because absolutely top quality, and just thank you for support, guidance, and everything else, Tom. Thank you.
Just to say, I mean, these guys are a little bit humble because they have put all this together, all the speakers, everything you can see in front of you today has come from Hannah, Adam, and also Esmeralda was sort of helping as well within the team. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today, but she's been helping out as well. So it's been a massive team effort. And Adam's saying he doesn't do anything. He's literally been tweeting for the last 96 days in a row. Like, imagine that every single day he's put a tweet. There's no scheduling going on. He doesn't know how to schedule. So it's like, right, I've got to put a tweet out every single day for 96 days. He's like, oh, I just want to go to bed. It's like, no, Adam, you need to put a tweet out on the TM MFL account. So he's being a little bit humble there. Massive thanks to every speaker. We've already said it many, many times, but we're really keen here for teacher speakers. We also know how busy teachers are. 80 to 90% of all our speakers across all of our subjects are teachers, classroom teachers. That's one of the things that makes our event so sort of unique. That, of course, as well as the fact that any classroom teacher can come for nothing. And that is obviously a massive thanks to Pearson, MFL, and OUP. Give them a massive clap, because without them, it wouldn't happen. The live stream for the event today and the recording are going to be available on the same link. So I'm going to email everybody tomorrow with a link to the recording. Also, anyone who has given permissions for their presentations to be available, we will put those on TES resources for free as well on the Teachmeet page. I'll link to that in that same email so everybody can then access whichever ones we have permission for. They will be in there. Obviously, it's a massive thing. Again, this is the final one from me, is a big thanks for coming, because you guys make the event, and everybody listening online. We've had hundreds of people dipping in and out online on various different platforms all day long. Huge thanks to you guys for listening in at home and for sort of adding to the event. So I think that's everything. And with that in mind, we will see you at the bar next door. And if not, safe journey. Cheers.
Anyone that's going to the bar, if we meet in the foyer and all leave together, please. Can you have a mug? Yes.
Speakers, if you want a mug, come get a mug.